Chapter 2599. Xianxiana named her Su Cai because when she was born, her entire body released a dazzling 9-colored radiance. That was why she was called Cai. Humph. However, it's a fact that she abandoned us. Su Cai pursed her lips and said in an unconvinced tone. She was very repulsed by her father whom she had never met. She was the only one who didn't have a father. I believe that he will come and find us. Xianxiana stared at the person in the painting, her eyes filled with longing. It had been 10 years. Where is Su Yu? She did not doubt Su Yu's life or death. She had been with Su Yu for many years, and they had separated and reunited countless times. So, she knew him very well. He was not going to die. Never. However, where was Su Yu now? When would they want to meet? Even if he looks for me, I won't acknowledge him. Su Cai's eyes turned red as she clenched her fists. Only she understood how hard it had been for her mother all these years. How lonely he was. Suddenly, a figure in pink flashed over. Let's go somewhere else. The pink-robed figure covered her face with a veil, looking a little helpless. She was Luo Shuai, and she had been entrusted by Su Yu to protect the mother and daughter. After coming to an 8-star civilization, she had been resolutely fulfilling her promise. Try to keep them safe. It was fine at first, but ever since Su Cai was born, there had been endless troubles. It was because she was born with 9-colored radiance. It was incomparably dazzling, startling the higher levels of the holy city. The sacred city was still trying to capture them. They had no choice but to hide in the holy city. In addition, he was unfamiliar with the place and did not dare to trust others easily. Thus, after a period of time, he would change places. Su Cai bit her lips in remorse. It was all her fault. If it wasn't for her, her mother wouldn't have had such a hard time all these years, and Auntie Shuai wouldn't have had to work so hard. Aunt Shuai, when I grow up, I'll definitely earn enough time crystals so that we can leave the holy city far away. We won't have to hide like this anymore, Su Cai said apologetically. Luo Shuai crouched down and rubbed her head. Cai, you're still young. We'll think of a way to get the time crystal. Her face was filled with kindness. She had already fallen in love with this sensible and self-reliant little fellow. However, under her smile, there was a trace of helplessness that she could not get rid of. How could time crystals be so easy to earn? They had no one to rely on, and they couldn't show their faces in public. They could only live in seclusion and do some simple work to earn enough time to crystallize. Coupled with the fact that he frequently changed residences, the consumption of time crystals was enormous. It was extremely difficult to save up enough time crystals for a long journey. Su Cai nodded, but she couldn't help but blame herself in her heart. He thought to himself that he had to find a way to earn the time crystal. I'm going to look for a new place to stay. Don't go out during this period of time, Luo Shuai said with a smile. His heart was exhausted. When would such days come to an end? Seeing this, Su Cai pursed her lips even deeper. At that time, a flying artifact secretly departed from Nanming City. After several years, it finally arrived at the westernmost part of the realm of broken dreams. There were a total of 6 people on it, each of them wearing a specially made cloak. The grade of the cloak was very high. Even a Tunnel Lord expert would find it hard to see through the cloak. Among them was a cloaked figure. Compared to the others, he was shorter and thinner. However, he was the leader of the 6 people. At that moment, the leader rubbed a communication jade charm in his palm. He murmured, 10 billion miles ahead is the place where we will contact the emissaries of the holy city. Although the leader's face was concealed, his voice was easily recognizable. It was Su Yu. They had traveled for several years through the time tunnel. Finally, they crossed the entire realm of broken dreams and arrived at the border of the realm of broken dreams. They were now in the western part of the realm of broken dreams. Further ahead would be the border of the holy city. They had discovered long ago that the Star Rain Empress had contacted the Time Master. The strong fighters sent by the latter would meet them at a place 10 billion miles away. Lord Su, please hurry up, lest a long night brings trouble, a cloaked man behind him said anxiously. The other 4 cloaked men were equally anxious. After several years, the news that Elder Xiao Mo had been captured by Nanming City had finally spread. Both Beiming City and Ximing City had already responded. Along the way, they could clearly sense that within 20% of the territory, there had been increased patrols. Fortunately, they were very lucky. Because they had set off early, they could still use the time tunnel. As soon as they left, the time tunnel between the two cities was put on lockdown. No one was allowed to enter or leave. It was obvious that they intended to intercept Su Yu and the others. That was why they were so anxious to meet with the strong fighters of the Holy City. There's no hurry. Su Yu was calm and composed. Although he could feel the urgency, he knew very well that mistakes were bound to be made in a hurry. The closer it was to the moment, the more he had to keep his cool, lest he failed miserably. First, send someone to communicate with them and confirm whether they are really from the Holy City. Su Yu stopped the flying treasure and made the arrangement. Lord Su, could the people of the Holy City be fake? The cloaked man behind him was obviously dissatisfied with Su Yu's arrangement. He used to be the leader of the 10 Pathmasters, Leng Tsungcheong. But now, he had to obey a human whose cultivation was only at the later stage of middle nirvana. How could he be willing? It was only because the Star Rain Empress had given him orders that he had no choice but to obey Su Yu. It's better to be safe than sorry. Su Yu glanced at the man. He knew that the man was not convinced by him. However, he could not be bothered to argue with him. You, go ahead and check if they are real. Remember, you must verify their identities. Su Yu ordered another Pathmaster. The latter looked at Leng Tsungcheong hesitantly before he obeyed the order. In the eyes of the Pathmasters, Leng Tsungcheong was the real leader. Su Yu was not quite qualified yet. The crowd moved elsewhere and waited for a long time before they received a message from the Pathmaster. Everything was normal. Only then did they head to the rendezvous. They saw that the Pathmaster was talking to 10 unidentified people in special clothes. There was a funnel shape on their clothes. The strangest thing was that there was no hourglass above their heads. Any living creature below the Time Master would have an hourglass above their heads that indicated their lifespan. There were very few exceptions. One was the descendants of the Time Master, such as Xiaohao and the Star Rain Empress. The other was the people who were pardoned by the Time Master. For example, his personal guards. The identity of the people in front of them was obvious. Tell me your names. Among the 10 people, the leader was a bald, burly man. His eyes were ferocious and his body emitted a ferocious aura. His eyes were bright and piercing, as if he could see through the cloak on Su Yu's body. Chapter 2600. Su Yu stared at the man and said indifferently, "You already know the answer." He had already sent people over to talk to them. Why did he need to announce his name? The other party was obviously trying to gain the upper hand. How dare you? How dare you speak to the messenger of the master like this? The bald man scolded. Kneel down now and take off your cloak. Huh? Su Yu squinted his eyes. If he was asked to kneel down to establish his authority, he could understand it. Then, what did he mean by taking off his cloak? Don't take it off. Su Yu calmly stopped the guards who were about to take off their disguises. He could instinctively sense that something was wrong. The 4 guards looked at each other and finally looked at Leng Tsungcheong, asking for his opinion. Leng Tsungcheong hesitated and looked at Su Yu with dissatisfaction. Listen to him. So, they stopped taking off their cloaks. Are you dissatisfied with the master? The bald man scolded. Su Yu's eyes were calm. You don't represent the master, because you haven't even shown your identity. Who knows if you are the real representative or not? Leng Tsungcheong shook his head secretly. This human surnamed Su was too cautious. That was why he made such a fool out of himself. These people didn't even have an hourglass above their heads. Was there a need to explain their identity? Of course, they were the Time Master's men. It was ridiculous that Su Yu still doubted them. It was ridiculous. Humph. The bald man took out an extremely smooth token. The token was filled with very special sand. Every grain of sand was filled with powerful time domain power. Open your dog eyes and look. This is a time token given by the Time Master. Only our personal guards have it. The bald man showed the token proudly, glanced at it, and put it away. The way he looked at Su Yu was filled with disdain. Su Yu's eyes were calm. Before coming here, the Star Rain Empress had taught him how to identify the Time Master's personal guards. There were 2 ways in total. One was to see if there was an hourglass above their heads. The other was to see if the token was a special sand token. Especially the latter. At present, only the Master could make such a token. No one else could. If the token was real, his identity would be confirmed. Seeing this, Lung Sangqiong's disdain deepened, and he thought to himself, this human might be good at scheming, but sometimes he's too smart and thinks he's smart. After all, only Empress Star Rain and the others knew where the sovereign's personal guard had agreed to meet them. Who else could go ahead and impersonate him first? Even if they were impersonators, who would have the guts to do so? Great, now he was embarrassed. Do you still want to watch? The bald man snorted coldly. Su Yu was expressionless. Since his identity was confirmed, he had nothing else to say. Then let's go and meet the Master, Su Yu said. Wait. However, the bald man stretched out his arm and stopped them. Take out that demon sect elder first, and we will confirm it. Su Yu thought about it and did not agree. HMPH. This is an order from the hegemon. We have to check it out first. Since that was the case, Su Yu could only take out a spatial storage artifact, open it, and let the 10 of them search it. The 10 of them glanced over and their expressions changed slightly. It was indeed Elder Xiao Mo, who was ranked last in the demon sect. All right, leave him to me, the bald man said as he reached for the spatial storage artifact. Su Yu seemed to be on guard, and he took the spatial storage artifact in advance. His eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? This was not part of the agreement. If Su Yu had not been on guard, the spatial storage artifact would have been taken by the other party. I asked you to take it out, so take it out. The bald man scolded him sternly. Do you want to defy the Master's order? Su Yu's expression was calm, and he did not cower. Why? The bald man said proudly, there is no reason. This is an order from the Master. Take it out immediately. His attitude could be said to be rude and unreasonable to the extreme. He was treating Su Yu and the others like beasts. What if I say no? Su Yu asked calmly, his eyes flickering with coldness. He was now very suspicious of the other party's identity. The people that the hegemon had sent were here to protect them, not to show off their might. Moreover, the group of people before him was very insistent on keeping Elder Xiaomo safe. This did not make sense at all. That means you are defying the Master's order, and you should be killed without mercy, the bald man said coldly. The 9 strong Pathmasters behind him were all in battle mode, ready to strike at any time. This scene made Lung Sangqiong's eyelids twitch. He could not tolerate Su Yu's stupidity any longer, and he scolded, Human, how can you be so foolish? Isn't it safer for the other party to keep Elder Xiaomo safe? Since they want to keep him safe, then hand him over to them. Why do you insist on defying the Master's personal guards? He could not stand Su Yu any longer. He was such a shrewd person when he captured Elder Xiaomo, so why was he so foolish now? The Master's guards had the right to act first and report later. If they were really provoked, they could kill them on the spot, and no one would plead for them. He really did not know what Su Yu was thinking. Swish. However, Su Yu controlled the aircraft, turned around, and fled. At the same time, he said solemnly, they are fake envoys. Go. The flying magical equipment disappeared in an instant. The 5 guards on the ship were dumbfounded. Fake envoys? How could that be? They had clearly verified their identities. Lung Sangqiong flew into a rage when he saw that, and his cultivation as a Pathmaster soared into the sky. Stop right there. What would happen to the guards of the Time Master if they openly defied him? Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him, and continued to control the aircraft. Lung Sangqiong was furious, and he shouted, from now on, I will lead the team. Listen to my orders, and disengage from the flying magical equipment. If he wants to die, let him die. Don't implicate us and the Empress. The few Pathmasters looked at each other. Except for the last one who stayed, The other 4 left the flying magical equipment one after another. Su Yu looked at them and shook his head slightly. He led the only Pathmaster who was loyal to him and left. Lung Tsungcheong and the other 3 quickly calmed down. Looking at the master's messengers who were chasing after them, they said respectfully, "Everyone, I did not use the right people, which led to such a huge mistake. Please forgive me." The bald man and the others stopped, and a hint of mockery flashed across their faces. "Forgive me? That's easy, I just need to borrow something from you." Lung Tsungcheong was stunned. He could tell that the other party's tone was not very friendly, and his heart skipped a beat. Could there really be something wrong with their identities? "Be careful, be on your guard," Lung Tsungcheong shouted, and at the same time, he released his powerful cultivation. The bald man broke out in a cold sweat, and he only sneered without saying a word. "Kill him." He did give the order, but it was not the people behind him who moved, but the people behind Lung Tsungcheong. An extremely cold blade pierced deeply into Lung Tsungcheong's head. Chapter 2601. The ice-cold tip of the blade pierced through his forehead, instantly extinguishing his life force and soul. Lung Tsungcheong didn't even have the time to think about what was going on before his mind went blank, and he fell limply to the ground, completely dead. Behind him, a tunnel master who had accompanied him for many years withdrew his Dao artifact and charged at his other 2 companions. The souls of the 2 Dao lords almost left their bodies, and they cried out involuntarily with shock. "Zuowei, what are you doing?" "Hihi, nothing much. I just don't want to be mistreated by that piece of trash, Empress Star Rain. That's why I'm looking for a higher branch." Zuowei sneered as he charged forward. The bald man signaled with his eyes, and all of them charged forward. The 2 Dao masters who trusted Lung Tsungcheong only lasted for a short while before they perished completely. After doing all this, Zuowei stepped forward and said to the bald man, "Mission complete. May I ask when I can return to the Waning Moon Empress?" It turned out that he had already been bribed by the Waning Moon Empress. As the weakest of the Time Hegemon's descendants, Empress Star Rain's status was extremely low. It was not difficult to bribe her people. If Xiaohao could bribe one, then the Waning Moon Empress could as well. That was why the Waning Moon Empress knew exactly where they were going and sent her confidant to carry out this mission. According to the plan, they would first deceive Elder Xiao Mo, then annihilate them all. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Su Yu was extremely cunning, and he did not let them get what they wanted. On the other hand, the leader of the guards, Lung Tsungcheong, thought highly of himself and led his 2 disciples to stay behind to die. The bald man said, "Once we catch him, I'll immediately report to the Waning Moon Empress for you." Zuowei chuckled. "Don't worry, my lord. They won't be able to escape. I secretly left a mark on that flying artifact. No matter how far away they are, I'll be able to find them." "Ha ha ha, that's good. Let's go." The Waning Moon Empress naturally wouldn't allow Star Rain Empress to successfully exchange for 500 contribution points. Thus, he had to obtain this Elder Xiao Mo at all costs. Everyone immediately chased after her. As for Su Yu, he was piloting the flying magical treasure and speeding away. It didn't take long for the bald man and the others to catch up. When Su Yu and the remaining guards saw that the situation was far from good, they immediately abandoned their flying treasures and fled for their lives. The 2 of them chose different directions. The bald man's gaze flickered between the 2 of them, and he said indifferently, "Go after that human." Zuowei had already said that Su Yu was the person Empress Star Rain relied on the most. Elder Xiao Mo was such an important person, so he would definitely hand him over to Su Yu. Moreover, the bald man had indeed sensed the demonic faction's elder's aura from Su Yu's body. Su Yu's life was in danger of being surrounded and intercepted. His movement technique was far from being able to compare to those Earth Lords. Even though he used numerous spatial treasures, he was still unable to completely shake them off. Finally, after half a month of chasing, Su Yu gave up. He took out Elder Xiao Mo's spatial storage tool and threw it in another direction. The bald man turned around, dashed over, and grabbed him. Glancing inside, he confirmed that it was indeed Elder Xiao Mo. His heart calmed down. The mission was finally completed. As for the few soldiers who had escaped, it was best to kill them, but it didn't matter even if they couldn't. Looking at Su Yu, who had escaped without a trace, the bald man said, "Forget it, let's go back to the city to receive our reward." Only then did the group retreat. They almost took a detour, and came to a cave in the ground in an extremely secretive manner. There were thousands of seals in the cave, and even a slight carelessness could result in a backlash from the seals, resulting in a tragic death. "Greetings, Empress." The bald man and the others bowed toward the cave. Wow! A blurry figure was projected into the cave. Under the illumination of the bonfire, it was extremely swaying, appearing extremely strange. "Did you get it? Empress, it has been successfully intercepted." The bald man looked into the cave. Several skeletons were lying inside. The respect in his heart grew stronger. They were the emissaries sent by the Time Master. The waning Moon Empress was extremely daring, and her actions were extremely extreme. She had even dared to do such a thing. If this matter was leaked, it would be a great disaster. Therefore, they were even more in awe of her. The bald man sent the spatial storage tool over, and the distorted figure beckoned it over with a wave of her hand. The bald man's head hung low, and he was thinking about how the Empress would reward them. Although the waning Moon Empress actions were extreme, it had to be said that her rewards for meritorious service were also incomparably generous. This time, intercepting Elder Xiao Mo was a great merit, and it was unknown how many rewards they would receive. Whoosh! However, the spatial storage tool was bounced back. An indifferent voice floated over. "Are you playing with me?" The bald man was startled. He subconsciously took the spatial storage tool and looked inside. However, it was empty. Elder Xiao Mo was nowhere to be seen. "Ah, how could this be? I clearly checked, Elder Xiao Mo was inside." The bald man felt as if time and space were in disorder. Just now, he had checked ahead of time to confirm that Elder Xiao Mo was inside. Why did he suddenly disappear? The bald man's face instantly turned pale. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Empress, please spare me. We really did intercept him. We had no intention of playing tricks on you." The waning Moon Empress said indifferently, "I won't allow anyone to fail." "You," as she spoke, a gentle male voice floated in the cave. "Empress, please calm down." Another projection appeared and stood beside the waning Moon Empress. "They didn't lie to you, but they encountered an expert." The waning Moon Empress paused slightly. "Oh, expert? How expert?" "He's the same as me. He's proficient in the soul domain." Hearing this, the waning Moon Empress projection shook violently. His indifferent voice became sharp because of this. "Is this true? The soul domain was unique to the soul dominator and its descendants. How could outsiders have it?" "Of course it's true." As soon as the male voice fell, a fluctuation flickered above the bald man and the others. They didn't have an hourglass before, but one appeared again. The sand tokens in their arms also collapsed. The biggest reason they were able to deceive Lung Tsungcheong and the others was because of their two identities. In the end, they were all forged by an expert in the soul domain. Now that the one thought was dispersed, their true forms were exposed. That lowly girl Empress Star Rain actually has the support of someone in the soul domain? That's incredible, the waning Moon Empress said in surprise. The gentle man pondered. "I'm also curious. There are only a few descendants of the Dominator who have mastered one thought. I'm one of them. I know the whereabouts of the others. Why did one suddenly appear? Could it be a descendant who's usually hidden and hasn't been exposed?" The cave was silent. Chapter 2602. Back to Su Yu. After escaping, he took a detour and came to a valley. Before he got close, an underground master rushed out of the valley. It was the only guard who had followed Su Yu. "Lord Su." The guard heaved a sigh of relief. "You're finally safe." As he spoke, he took out a space storage device. Inside lay the sealed Elder Xiao Mo. It turned out that the real Elder Xiao Mo had never been with Su Yu. It was in the hands of this inconspicuous underground master. Su Yu had anticipated that he might be intercepted and killed, so he had made arrangements in advance to transfer the real Elder Xiao Mo to him. He would attract the enemy's attention. So far, it seemed to be a success. At least he had managed to deceive the traitor among his own people. It's a pity about the guards. Su Yu sighed. The Star Rain Empress was weak to begin with. Now that she had lost 4 underground masters, her own guards were not strong enough. If there's a chance, I'll look for a reliable expert in the sacred city for her. The sacred city was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Back then, the Supreme One sect had suffered huge losses. The faction master had personally gone to the sacred city to recruit people. Su Yu could give it a try. Let's go, Su Yu said. After this ordeal, they had no more difficulties. Finally, a year later, they successfully arrived at the sacred city. The sacred city was not so much a city. It was a vast territory comparable to the southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm. There were many experts inside, and Nirvana Void Master Shen Dao was not uncommon. Occasionally, underground masters could be found. Even the entire Dream-Broken Realm could not compare to such a prosperous place. We'll be safe once we reach the sacred city. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. You can handle the matter of handing over Elder Xiao Mo. His identity was too special. It was better not to face the Time Master directly. Otherwise, she might be able to tell that Su Yu was the descendant of the ancient god Jiolong. All right, I'll contact Lord Su as soon as I'm done, the guard said. He looked at the prosperous sacred city and reminded, Lord Su, please be careful. The prosperity of the sacred city coexists with danger. Naturally, Su Yu understood this. The more prosperous it was, the more dirty it was. Let's take this opportunity to look for the ancient tomb of the demon faction, Su Yu murmured. He took out the 2 bottles of extreme yin devil qi. In Elder Xiaomo's memories, there was some information about the extreme yin demonic qi, which was that extreme yin demonic qi could sense each other. Extreme yin devil qi was born from the saint devil. It would definitely be able to sense where the holy demon was. Sure enough, the 2 bottles of extreme yin demonic qi floated in the same direction. The demonic faction's ancient tomb. Su Yu stared in the direction of the southwest, then strode forward slowly. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a voice as clear as an oriole. Senior, may I ask if you need any help? I know the holy city very well. Maybe I can lead the way. Su Yu lowered his head to take a look. It was a 12-year-old girl. He had always been repulsed by people who led the way in the city. This was because his past experience told him that this kind of person had always colluded with all sorts of people in the sacred city and could not be easily trusted. However, for some unknown reason, Su Yu couldn't help but take another look at the girl before him. It wasn't because she was beautiful, but because her eyes seemed familiar to Su Yu. Those eyes had the shadow of Xian. Oh, how well do you know it? I grew up in the sacred city. I know every corner of the sacred city like the back of my hand, the girl said with a smile, trying to win Su Yu's trust. Grew up in the sacred city? Looking at the few hourglasses left on her forehead, Su Yu could guess that she was just an ordinary citizen of the lowest level in the sacred city. I want to know where that place is. Su Yu pointed to the place where the extreme yin devil qi was drifting. The little girl followed his gaze and said, that is the old district of the sacred city. It is very dilapidated, and there are people of all sorts. Su Yu nodded, ignoring the words people of all sorts. The people of the sacred city should not pose a threat to Su Yu. How much does it cost to lead the way? Su Yu asked. The little girl stretched out a finger. 10 time crystals will do. 10. That place should not be near, and a round trip would cost 8 time crystals. She could only earn 2 time crystals at most on this trip. The profit earned was too low. Seeing that Su Yu was thinking, the little girl thought that Su Yu thought the price was too high and said, 9 is fine. That is the lowest price. Please, I really need the time crystals. Su Yu chuckled and said calmly, I mean, 10 is too little. If you take me there, I will give you 100. Ah! The little girl exclaimed, 100. She had never seen so many time crystals. In the past few years of working in the sacred city, she had never seen anyone willing to give her more than 10 time crystals. The black-robed man in front of her was too generous. You don't believe me? Suyu took out 100 time crystals and handed them to her. Take them and lead the way. In this way, the little girl finally believed that she had met a generous person. Okay, come with me. The little girl smiled and carefully put away the time crystals. Mother and aunt will be happy when they know. 100 time crystals, for her, was a great fortune, enough to improve the lives of her and her relatives. Suyu chuckled and followed the little girl to the old district. Along the way, the little girl chattered non-stop. She was very cheerful and lively. Suyu felt an inexplicable fondness for her. Looking at her slightly thin figure, he asked, "Aren't you afraid of running into danger?" She was only 12 years old and had a bright and beautiful appearance. It was inevitable that she would run into people with evil intentions if she had to entertain strangers in the city for a long time. Hihi, I have a special ability, so I'm not afraid of anyone. The little girl was very confident in herself. Suyu smiled and said nothing. What's your name? Suyu suddenly asked. The little girl thought for a moment and said cautiously, My surname is Su. Her mother had warned her not to trust strangers. Although the black-robed uncle in front of her was very generous, she still had to be careful. Su, you are a human. Suyu was slightly surprised and could not help but laugh. The little girl asked in surprise, What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at the fact that we are fated to meet. Not only were they of the same race, but they also had the same surname. Oh, I see. The little girl scratched her head in confusion, not understanding why she was fated to meet him. The two talked and laughed along the way, and finally arrived at the old district. This place was obviously not as prosperous as other places. The order was also very chaotic. The little girl became vigilant and said, Uncle, be careful. There are many bad people here. Just as they were talking, several figures emerged from the slanted ground and blocked their way. However, their target was not Suyu. It was the little girl. Su Cai, you still dare to come to our territory. You are really bold, a strong man with a face full of pimples said sinisterly. Chapter 2603. Although the holy city was prosperous, many low-end industries were controlled by the dark forces. Being a guide was one of them. To work as a guide in a certain area of the holy city, one had to get permission from the dark forces. Only with permission could one operate daily and offer offerings to the dark forces on time. Su Cai was too young, and it was difficult for customers to trust her. Hence, her business was quite poor. The time crystals she earned every month were not even enough to pay the offerings. Hence, she acted privately. Her actions were naturally noticed by the local gangsters, who tried to stop her many times. However, she had a special ability that allowed her to escape. At this moment, she was once again targeted by them. Brothers, please do me a favor. After this, I won't work anymore. Su Cai was still young, and she looked like she was pleading. After obtaining the 100 time crystals, she brought her mother and Aunt Shuari away from the old city to find another place to settle down. Of course, she didn't need to work in their territory anymore. If everyone could be forgiven, would there still be any need for rules? The bearded man walked forward with a fierce look on his face. You don't need to rely on luck anymore. The gang master has already noticed you and ordered us to capture you. Obediently surrender and follow us back. Because of Su Cai's appearance, several gangs had begun to follow her example and become private guides. Hence, the gang master had personally ordered them to capture Su Cai at all costs and punish her severely as a warning to others. The bearded man and the other three approached her with cold eyes. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Su Cai lowered her voice and said, Customer, you should leave first. I will come back to find you later. If Suyu still followed her, he would definitely be implicated. After saying that, Su Cai quickly slipped away. She was human, but her movement technique was strange and brilliant. She disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. His speed was so swift that he could probably compete with Yellow Dowlord. The men were only at the Yellow Pathmaster's level, so they couldn't catch up to Su Cai. However, they weren't too flustered. The bearded man sneered, Do you think you can escape from the person that the gang leader wants to capture personally? The man took out a talisman and stuck it on his body. His figure turned into a series of afterimages as he sped away. The other men did the same, using strange talismans to chase after him. Only Su Yu was left. He laughed softly, but it was a self-deprecating laugh. I was tricked. Hihi, I thought I met a good girl. He mistakenly thought that Su Cai and this group of people were on the same side. Su Cai was in charge of swindling money, while this group of people pretended to be chasing after her, giving her a reason to escape and swindle money from the outsiders. Su Yu had seen too many similar scams. He just didn't expect that he would fall for it. There are times when I make mistakes. Su Yu sighed helplessly. Fine, I will go by myself. In any case, he had already arrived at the old city, so he should not be far from the possible location of the demonic sect's ancient tomb. Su Yu took out 2 bottles of extreme yin demonic energy and walked over slowly. Half a day later, Su Yu successfully arrived at a deserted place in the sacred city. This place was filled with abandoned houses that no one lived in, weeds growing everywhere inside, vicious spirits roaming about. Wisps of yin qi emanated from the abandoned residence. It was as if there was a monster hiding in every abandoned house that was ready to devour people. Even though it was broad daylight, Su Yu could still feel the chilly air. He then looked at the 2 bottles of extreme yin demonic qi in his palms. The demonic qi was also spinning strangely. It drifted to the east, then to the west. It was impossible to pinpoint the correct direction. It should be around here, but I don't know exactly where it is, Su Yu murmured softly. He looked around, secretly using his soul eyes to see through everything. However, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. It was the same underground. Everything was normal. After searching inside and out for a long time, there was no trace of the demonic sect's ancient tomb. Su Yu could not help but feel suspicious. Was my speculation wrong? Su Yu stared at the extreme yin demonic energy. Could it be that the holy demon was not in the ancient tomb, so he could not discover where it was? As Su Yu was deep in thought, a cracking sound interrupted his thoughts. It was the sound of a tree branch being crushed. Although it was weak, how could it avoid Su Yu's senses? Without thinking, the mysterious path energy in his body shook violently, and a wave of solid waves swept out. Suddenly, a delicate cry could be heard. Looking back, Su Yu realized that it was Su Cai, who had already swindled the time crystal and escape. It's you. He tapped the tip of his toes, and the mysterious path energy retreated just as it was about to attack her. Su Cai's face was slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with shock. It was as if she was shocked by Su Yu's cultivation level, which was way beyond his age. Why are you here? Su Yu had assumed that Su Cai was a liar, so his attitude was naturally not good. Su Cai did not feel Su Yu's cold intent. She blinked her bright eyes and said, I came to look for you. I haven't finished showing you the way. Show me the way. Su Yu was slightly stunned. He looked around and finally realized that Su Cai had a rather strong hidden injury on her back. It must have been left behind by some kind of fatal attack. Su Cai should have been seriously injured or dead. She had only managed to survive because of some special abilities. Moreover, the injury was left behind just now. Are you injured? Su Yu asked. If Su Cai was really just putting on an act to cheat the time crystal, there was no need for her to act so realistically. He could imagine that the chase just now was not an act. It was real. Su Cai pursed her lips and shook her head. I'm fine. The guest's business is more important. How could she be fine? The hidden injury was still there. Although it was not life-threatening, it was still painful. Even now, she had still dragged her injured body to look for Su Yu. Is it worth it? It's just a mere 100 time crystals, Su Yu asked. Su Cai said, it's worth it. But it's not for the money. My mother once taught me that I must keep my promise. Just because of a promise? Looking at the little girl in front of him, her clear and pure eyes, Su Yu was moved. He smiled and said, you have a good mother. Her mother must be very special to be able to raise such a child. Guest, where do you want to go? Su Cai asked again. Su Yu pointed to the barren land in front of him. I'm already here. Ah. Su Cai looked around and reluctantly took out her space storage device. She said, "I'm sorry, guest. I couldn't show you the way. I'll return the 100 time crystals to you." Since he had not finished leading the way, he naturally could not accept money. "You don't have to return it." Suyu paused, then said, "Let me ask you a question. The money is still yours." With the little girl's nature, she would not accept money for no reason. It was better to let her answer a question in return. "Okay, ask." Sure enough, the little girl's eyes lit up. Chapter 2604. The ultimate yin demonic energy had led him here, which at least meant that the saint demon was nearby. "Here." The little girl stared at the nearby ruins, a little afraid. "This is the famous ghost district of the holy city. I heard that there was a war here, which resulted in many remnants of strange energy. It was not suitable for living creatures to live in, so it was gradually abandoned." Ghost district? What kind of war could affect the holy city under the eyes of the Time Master? However, the possibility that the demon faction's ancient tomb existed here was getting higher. Remnant energy? I don't think so. Suyu had just checked carefully, and there was no special energy. The little girl said solemnly, "That's because you came at the wrong time. Every time the 9 moons align, the remnant energy will drill out from the ground. If you break into this place at that time, it will be quite dangerous." There were 9 moons in the sky of the time realm. All of them were moving in different trajectories. Only at the end of each year would they coincidentally move to a special position. At that position, the 9 moons were connected to each other in a straight line. That was also the time when the entire time realm of the holy city was at its weakest. 9 moons align? Suyu thought to himself. Was it then that the existence of the demon faction's ancient tomb could be seen? After all, the so-called remnant energy could not be seen at all. Would the demon faction's ancient tomb also need to be seen at that time? Well, you have answered my question. The 100 time crystals are yours, Suyu said with a smile. Su Cai was overjoyed and grateful. "Thank you, sir, thank you." Suyu waved his hand. "Go. Don't let the bad guys meet you again." "Thank you." Su Cai was extremely grateful. It was the first time she had met such a kind person. She nodded, bowed to thank him, and turned to leave. But at that moment, a few sneers came. "If you have time to thank others, why don't you thank the Heavenly Moon faction for giving you a meal?" With a swoosh, 4 figures flew over. It was the bearded man and the other 3 people. They had chased Su Cai all the way here. Seeing them, Su Cai's small face turned slightly pale. She thought she had successfully shaken them off. Now it seemed that she had not. "Sir, I will leave first," Su Cai said in a low voice, preparing to escape again. The bearded man snorted coldly. "You dare to leave? I'll kill your guest right now." He had actually used Suyu's life to threaten Su Cai. Ordinary people shouldn't be threatened. After all, Suyu was just a guest, and he wasn't related to Su Cai. However, Su Cai stopped and said indignantly, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Why are you making things difficult for our guests? Come at me if you can." She really didn't want Suyu to be implicated by her. That would make her feel guilty. "Hehe, if you don't run, of course we don't need to make things difficult for him," the bearded man said sinisterly. Su Cai said, "What do you want from me?" She felt that, although Suyu's cultivation was quite high, it shouldn't be higher than the 4 middle-aged men in front of her. They were level 6 helpers of the Sky Moon faction, and their strength was quite good. How could Suyu defeat all 4 of them by himself? "What do you want?" The bearded man smiled evilly. "Originally, according to the gang leader's intention, you should be slaughtered alive. But you're lucky and pretty, so as long as you're willing to sacrifice yourself, it's not impossible for you to survive." Su Cai was only 12 years old, but she had already displayed an astonishing beauty. There were many people who coveted her beauty. The bearded man in front of her was one of them. Su Cai clenched her teeth. "Shameless. If you really dare touch me, my mother and Aunt swear you will not let you off." Actually, she knew that Aunt Shui Yi and her mother's abilities were not high. At least, compared to the Sky Moon faction, they were insignificant. She was only bluffing. However, how could such a small trick really scare the old bearded man? "Oh, I really hope that your mother won't let me off. After all, you're so pretty, how bad can your mother be?" His eyes were filled with evil. Su Xiaoya was furious. She respected her mother the most. But now, she was being insulted by someone unforgivable. Su Xiaoya clenched her fists in anger. "One day, when I have enough abilities, I will make you pay for what you said today." Although she was young, she displayed a maturity that did not match her age. "Hehe, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." The bearded man let out a long laugh, pouncing forward. At the same time, without turning his head, he said to his 3 companions behind him, "I killed someone. It looks like he's a fat sheep." At the same time, he put 2 fingers together. An array formation appeared without any warning, enveloping the surrounding 100 miles. It turned out that the bearded man had used the time he was speaking to secretly set up a binding spell. Once activated, it would isolate the space of the outside world. Su Xiaoya's movement technique, which she was so proud of, could no longer be used. "You're despicable." Su Xiaoya was furious. The other party had never intended to let Su Yu off. He was only stalling for time. She was still too young, and did not understand the viciousness of the human heart. "Hehe, you're just too stupid." The bearded man's expression turned cold. He had already made his move. A swirling ecliptic power appeared in his palm, and he struck toward Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya's movement technique was impressive, but her abilities were ordinary. How could she withstand Ecliptic Pathmaster's attack? She dodged continuously, but was unable to escape due to the restrictions of the spell. She could only dodge continuously within a limited range, avoiding the fatal attacks. But in the long run, it was only a matter of time before she was hit. Finally, after 10 moves, the bearded man forced Su Xiaoya into a corner. Su Xiaoya had nowhere to retreat. "Stupid girl, you're quite a troublemaker." The bearded man laughed wantonly. "Later, when you serve me, I hope you can be as troublemaker." He clasped 2 fingers together, and a powerful talisman with a paralyzing effect was thrown out. The talisman exploded in the air, shooting out bolts of purple lightning. Although Su Xiaoya tried her best to dodge, she was still struck by a bolt of lightning. Her entire body felt as if it was being pierced by needles. She immediately lost consciousness, as if her body no longer belonged to her. Her entire body fell from the sky, uncontrollably. Su Xiaoya's heart sank. She was doomed. The bearded man's face was becoming clearer and clearer in her eyes. That malevolent smile, that demonic expression, all foretold the dark fate that awaited her. However, to Su Xiaoya's slight surprise, another figure entered her line of sight. Surprisingly, it was the guest. He walked in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. It was clearly an ordinary gait, but the bearded man's entire body was trembling. His face was contorted in pain. It was as if he was experiencing extreme pain. Su Yu stood calmly in front of the struggling bearded man. The profound Dao power that he had imperceptibly released was enough to make the bearded man feel so much pain that he wished he were dead. Chapter 2605. The bearded man painfully discovered that his 3 companions had already been decapitated, lying in a pool of blood. "Elder, spare us, we were just following orders, this has nothing to do with us." The bearded man tried his best to shirk responsibility, begging for his life. Unfortunately, Su Yu's eyes did not contain a hint of pity. "I do not see that you were forced to do this." Not only was he not like this, he was even happy to do so. Su Yu's gaze turned cold, a vast amount of energy sweeping out, turning the other party into dust. Su Xiaoya, who was watching from afar, was filled with awe. Someone as strong as the bearded man was killed just like that. This uncle, who looked very young, was very powerful. But Su Yu did not stop. Evil had to be done. If he stopped now, the so-called Heavenly Moon faction would definitely blame the deaths of the 4 on Su Xiaoya. At that time, she would only receive even more severe revenge. So, Su Yu did not do anything. Since he was going to do it, he would do it thoroughly. He grabbed a drop of blood, then clenched his fist. A weak death domain entered the blood. Death curse. The death domain followed the blood, spreading in all directions. In a corner of the holy city. Heavenly Moon faction. A group of people whose fates were linked to the bearded man had the word death appear on their faces. From the ordinary faction members to the faction master, there was no exception. After a moment of panic, the Heavenly Moon faction fell into a deathly silence. The dust of decay and ashes were scattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the notorious Heavenly Moon faction among the low-level warriors was destroyed. None of the faction members could escape, all of them dead. After doing all this, Su Yu slowly withdrew the death domain from his palm. He turned to look at Su Seaya, smiling, "Let's go home." After saying those words, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Uncle, wait up." Su Seaya hurriedly chased after him, obediently and respectfully saying, "Thank you for saving me, uncle. Can you tell me your name?" "Why?" Su Yu asked. Su Seaya said, "You saved my life. When I return, I will set up a longevity tablet for you to bless your life." Looking at the grateful child, Su Yu felt like he was looking at his younger self. The same stubbornness, the same gratitude for kindness. "No need." Su Yu smiled, then took out a communication device and placed it in Su Cai's palm. "Within half a year, if there is any problem that you can't solve, just crush it, and I will immediately appear to help you once." He should be in the sacred city for half a year. If it was half a year later, he would not be able to help even if he wanted to. "But Su Cai wanted to say something, but Su Yu had already flown away with the wind. Su Cai held the communication device in her hand and stared blankly for a long time. A deep sense of loss flashed across his face, and he laughed self-mockingly, "A stranger is stronger than my biological father, whom I have never met. What kind of life is this?" Sighing, she returned to her residence. She quietly climbed over the wall, trying to pretend that nothing had happened and returned to the house. However, as soon as she entered, she found that Qin Xiana and Luo Shui were waiting in the courtyard with solemn expressions. They were staring at her with reproachful eyes. "Ah, mother, Aunt Shui." Su Cai felt guilty as if she had been discovered. Qin Xiana's face was as cold as ice. "Where did you go?" Su Cai explained, I was playing with little Tiger and the others." "You are still lying." Qin Xiana's pretty face was cold. "Your Aunt Shui and I have already looked for all your playmates. They all said that they have not seen you for a whole year." It turned out that Luo Shui had sensed that the people of the sacred city were searching for them, so he decided to move again. He had just gone out to look for Su Cai. Unexpectedly, Su Cai seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. She could not be found in the places that used to be the easiest to go to. What worried them the most was that the positioning jade pendant on Su Cai's body had been sealed at some point. They had all thought that Su Cai had been captured by the people of the sacred city, and they had long been frightened. Seeing Su Cai sneaking back, they were both surprised and angry. "Speak. What have you been doing for the past year?" Qin Xiana asked. Su Cai saw that she could no longer hide it, so she told her everything. "You have been a guide." Qin Xiana was not happy, and there was only endless fear in her heart. "Do you know that being a guide is an industry controlled by the Heavenly Moon faction? The faction leader is a cruel and merciless Shen Dao master, whose cultivation has reached the early stage of nirvana. If you were to be a guide on your own and you were targeted by the Heavenly Moon faction, even Mother and Auntie Shui would not be able to save you." Su Cai smiled embarrassedly. "It's okay, Mother. Cai is a good person, and today I met a benefactor. Not only did he give me 100 time crystals, but he also helped me kill those members of the Heavenly Moon faction who made things difficult for me." Hearing this, Qin Xiana and Luo Shui became vigilant. It was not that they did not believe that there were no good people in the world. It was just that there were too few good people, to the point that they would rather believe that there were none. Luo Shui walked over and asked solemnly, "Cai, who is it?" Su Cai shook her head. "He was wearing a bamboo hat, so I could not see his face clearly. However, he said his surname was Su, and he was a human like us." "A human with the surname Su?" Qin Xiana and Luo Shuai looked at each other. They did not believe the words of the man in the bamboo hat. Perhaps he was just trying to gain Su Cai's favor. Mother, that uncle is really a good person. Su Cai defended her. Qin Xiana said slowly, it is not that we do not believe him, but we should always be cautious. Why would he help you for no reason? Furthermore, he killed the members of the Heavenly Moon faction. Although it looked like he was helping you, it might not be a blessing. Qin Xiana was worried. Killing the members of the Heavenly Moon faction would definitely enrage the entire faction. Do not come into contact with that person in the future, understand? Qin Xiana said. She made up her mind to change her residence overnight. She would not let Su Cai encounter any danger. She had not even been able to see her biological father. Su Cai secretly grasped the communication device in her sleeves. After some hesitation, she did not hand it over. Back to Su Yu. On the way out of the ruins, he received a message from the Roadmaster. He had successfully handed Elder Xiao Mo over to the Time Master. Of course, he did not have the right to face the Time Master. He had been taken away by the Time Master's personal guard. After the guard confirmed that there was no mistake, he rewarded Empress Star Rain with 500 contribution points on the spot. In total, she had more than 530 contribution points. Lord, should we exchange for the Time Master's treasure now? The Roadmaster was filled with anticipation. Su Yu pondered. Wait for a moment. I have some matters to settle first. After the two met, Su Yu chose a top-notch cave abode. I need to train in seclusion. Protect me, Su Yu said. The Roadmaster nodded. All right. After setting up a seal, Su Yu took out 2 bottles of extreme yin demonic energy. According to Elder Xiao Mo, the demonic energy had an unexpected effect on the foreign races. It could help them break through to the Nirvana realm. Originally, Su Yu had not intended to use it. After all, there was a certain risk of going berserk. However, after years of training, Su Yu's bottleneck to the middle Nirvana realm did not loosen. Chapter 2606. Su Yu wanted to try the extreme yin demonic energy. It was a secret medicine that could help the demon faction break through to the Nirvana realm. However, Su Yu had many concerns. His eyes flashed slightly. With a thought, a person who looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. It was a real thought. Although it can only exist for less than 2 hours, it should be enough for me to try. Su Yu separated a bottle of extreme yin demonic energy and gave it to the illusory Su Yu to use. The latter nodded and immediately took out the extreme yin demonic energy and swallowed it. The rich demonic energy immediately entered his stomach. Violent energy seeped into his limbs and bones. The 800 Taoist marks were quickly filled, reaching the point where his body was full of energy. His cultivation of the late stage of middle nirvana, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally took a crucial step forward. The mysterious energy of heaven and earth gathered around Su Yu's body in a frenzy. Once it entered his body, the mysterious energy in his body would undergo a qualitative change. That would be the moment he successfully broke through to the Nirvana realm. It doesn't seem to be a big problem, Su Yu murmured. Perhaps, as the elder Xiao Mo had said, the probability of failure for the outsiders was 1 in 10,000. It was not a concern at all. However, at that moment, Su Yu suddenly felt a cold and gloomy energy suddenly appearing from beneath the holy city. The illusory Su Yu was about to succeed in his breakthrough. The cold and gloomy energy suddenly penetrated his body, abruptly interrupting his breakthrough. That was not all. Pitch-black scales began to grow all over the illusory Su Yu's body, and a pair of pitch-black wings appeared on his back. His eyes turned dark red, and they were filled with a violent aura. Possessed by the devil. A 1 in 10,000 chance of being possessed by the devil. Su Yu's pupils shrank, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was on guard and did not rashly consume the extreme yin demonic energy. Otherwise, the consequences would be too terrible. At that moment, the illusory Su Yu was still in the process of being demonized. However, a clear consciousness was constantly growing in his body. Finally, this moment. A hoarse voice floated slowly from the illusory Su Yu's mouth. However, the next moment, the voice stopped abruptly. What's wrong with this body? Why is it half true and half false? Finally, the consciousness inside realized that something was wrong with the body it had occupied. When he swept his gaze across the area, he suddenly noticed Su Yu, who was in a corner. He cried out involuntarily, "Didn't you consume the extreme yin demonic energy?" Su Yu squinted his eyes. There was no need to confirm who the owner of that wisp of consciousness was. Holy demon! Earlier on, he had sensed through the trace of residual blood that Su Yu possessed 2 bottles of extreme yin demonic energy that originated from him. However, he had been enduring it all this time. It was only when Su Yu used the extreme yin demonic energy that a clone occupied Su Yu's body. This was what the demon sect called chi deviation, transforming into a demon. Saint Demon, being short-handed is not considered honorable, Su Yu said calmly, his eyes cold. Humph. Human, you actually dare to come to my territory. The holy demon's soul clone said coldly, you're really courting death. On Su Yu's illusory body, demonic energy surged and turned into a giant, pitch-black demonic palm. The demonic palm was sinister and lifelike. Even the veins on it could be seen clearly. It was as if it was a real demonic palm. A power that surpassed that of a path master seeped out from the palm. It would be difficult for Su Yu to resist this blow. However, his expression was very calm. One could even say that he was calm and composed. He did not move his body, but the demonic illusory Su Yu suddenly trembled and collapsed. He was originally an illusory Su Yu. His existence and disappearance depended on Su Yu's thoughts. In an instant, the illusory Su Yu disappeared without a trace. However, there was a piece of scale that was as black as ink left on the ground. That was the thing that had taken over the illusory Su Yu's body. It was now exposed. The scale trembled and cried out, "Oh no!" It then immediately burrowed into the ground. This was the sacred city, right under the nose of the Time Master. As someone that the Time Master wanted to capture, how could the holy demon dare to give himself away? Almost as soon as the scale escaped, a faint wave swept across the secret room. It was the sense of some kind of supreme expert. The other party had vaguely captured the traces of the holy demon. Even if that person was not a ruler, he must be in existence with unparalleled cultivation. Su Yu calmed his mind and did not show the slightest hint of panic. When the wave did not appear for a long time, he said lightly, "I knew it would be like this." He looked at the remaining bottle of pure yin demonic energy in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "You want to take over someone's body? Haha, I'll find a chance to give you a gift." With his breakthrough plan interrupted, Su Yu left the secret room and asked the Pathmaster for advice. Is there a secret medicine in the sacred city for breaking through to the Nirvana realm? The Pathmaster said, "Of course there is, but I advise you to give up on the idea." The secret medicine for breaking through from the demonic faction rarely flowed into the outside world, let alone the sacred city. If it was really easy to obtain, the streets would be full of Nirvana realm strong men. The Pathmaster saw the disappointment on Su Yu's face and added, "In the sacred city, there are a total of 3 kinds of medicine for breaking through to the Nirvana realm, and they are controlled by 3 different forces. The first is the sand flower mastered by the Time Master. It has the best effect and has almost no side effects. Many medicines had side effects, including the pure yin demonic energy. Even if the foreign races did not go berserk after swallowing it, they would be irritable for several years and their minds would be affected. The second is the star leaf owned by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The effect is also good, and the side effects are very small. It will only make the body weak for a period of time." The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Su Yu was slightly surprised. Ever since he left the outside world, he had not seen the shadow of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He did not expect it to exist in the sacred city. The third is the moon water controlled by the Upper Palace. The effect is very good, but the side effects are very serious. It is not recommended to touch it. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Upper Palace? What is that place? He had never heard of it. However, its status was vaguely on par with the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The Pathmaster looked around and said cautiously, "Sir, Have you heard of the heavenly court? Huh. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He had more than heard of it. Before the battle with the sinful lady, he had seen the people of the heavenly court. The latter had bet heavily on a gambling star for the sake of the possible destruction of the world, but had been cheated. In the end, Su Yu had given them one. Su Yu had understood the significance of the heavenly court then. The homeland of the 8 great ancient gods. However, it had long been destroyed and was now occupied by the descendants of the 8 great ancient gods. They called it the heavenly court. I have heard of it. What does it have to do with the upper palace? The Pathmaster lowered his voice and said, the upper palace is an organization jointly established by the descendants of the 8 great masters. There is a branch in every region of the masters. There is a branch of the upper palace in our Time Dominion region. Heavenly court, upper palace. The descendants of the 8 great ancient gods, the descendants of the 8 great masters. Chapter 2607. Is the moon water of the upper palace branch very rare? Su Yu asked. Su Yu didn't expect anything from the Master of Time and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He didn't want to come into contact with either. Only the upper palace could be considered. It's easy to get, it's free. His answer was unexpected. Su Yu was startled. Free? Are you sure? Yes, it's free. The Channel Master smiled bitterly. As I said just now, the drawbacks of the moon water are too great. It's not worth it to break through the Nirvana completion realm. Su Yu pondered. What drawbacks? In light cases, the path marks in the body will be damaged, which will affect future breakthroughs. In heavy cases, the cultivation will be destroyed. In light cases, the path marks will be damaged. No wonder no one fought for the moon water when it was freely distributed. What's the reason? The Channel Master said helplessly, the moon water is the product left behind by the descendants of the great masters in the upper palace. There are too many chaotic realms of the descendants of the great masters in it. Cultivating with the moon water will inevitably be affected by the chaotic 8 supreme realms. Su Yu's eyes were filled with ripples of light. He had cultivated the 8 supreme realms to the intermediate level. Unless it was a high-level realm, it shouldn't affect him. The moon water was a fatal poison to others, but for Su Yu, it was a tonic. Is there no other requirement for those who ask for the moon water in the upper palace? The Channel Master thought for a moment. There is only one. That is, after cultivating with the moon water, the remaining clear moon water needs to be taken back. After the moon water was cultivated, the chaotic realms in it would be absorbed by the cultivator. The moon water would become clear again, and it could be used for the descendants of the masters in the upper palace to cultivate their realms again. Su Yu smiled meaningfully. Where is the upper palace? The Channel Master was startled and helplessly pointed out the way. Find an inn to settle down, don't worry about me. After saying that, Su Yu set off for the upper palace. At that time, deep underground, in an incomparably dark world, several red thunderbolts flashed from time to time, illuminating the world in blood red. Countless coffins were neatly arranged under the blood-red sky. In one of the golden coffins, a muffled groan sounded. Human, you have offended me time and time again. When I see the light again, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. After a long time, the muffled groan in the coffin subsided. Where is the owner of the Eye of Death? Why can't I sense it? The upper palace occupied an extremely vast area, even larger than the entire Greater One sect combined. Entering it was like entering a sect. There were all kinds of shops inside, but they didn't sell anything to outsiders. This was because everything they owned was for the descendants of the rulers in the upper palace. Some of the shop workers were in charge of delivering goods to the deepest part of the palace for the descendants of the sovereign. A shopkeeper of a heavenly materials and earthly treasures shop was giving orders to a 17 or 18-year-old boy. The young man's skin was dark, but his facial features were very handsome. His eyes were steady, with a maturity that did not match his age. Huang Fu Yi, send these 2 boxes of wine to Steward Li of the upper palace. The shopkeeper instructed. Huang Fu Yi swiftly put down the work in her hands and nodded with a smile. He, the shopkeeper is going to make a fortune again. So many orders at once. Stinking brat. You talk too much. Hurry up and get to work. The shopkeeper jokingly scolded. Seeing Huang Fu Yi nimbly deliver the goods, the shopkeeper nodded. It was said that this human called Huang Fu Yi had been teleported here from the outer realm. She had no one to rely on. Seeing that she was very nimble, the shopkeeper took her in to work in the shop. Over the years, she had done a very good job and had never made a mistake. The shopkeeper was very satisfied. After this year, I won't be doing this anymore. Little Yi, should I take you away or keep you here? The shopkeeper's smile slowly faded and he sighed with a heavy heart. Especially when he saw the 3 shops across from them. Among them, 2 of the shops had their doors tightly shut. The people inside were gone, and the buildings were also covered in dust. In fact, the 2 shops weren't the only ones that were closed. There were many more. Over the years, the upper palace had accumulated more and more moon water, but very few people came to use it. As a last resort, the descendants of the rulers forcibly distributed the moon water to the shops. They ordered them to find a way to use the moon water and return the pure moon water. Once or twice, they could still find a way to mobilize some people who couldn't wait to break through to nirvana completion. However, the upper palace's arrangements were repeated over and over again. Where could they find so many people who weren't afraid of death? After all, normal people wouldn't use moon water. However, if the task was not completed, the shop would lose the right to supply moon water. Under such circumstances, many shops were forced to leave. The shopkeeper had been given 10 jars of moon water this year, but he still couldn't digest it. At most, in a year, he might have to pack up and leave. At that moment, a man in a bamboo hat came to the door of the shop. Where can I get moon water? It was Su Yu. He was unfamiliar with this place, and most of the nearby shops were closed. He happened to see this shop still open, so he went forward to ask. Hearing this, the shopkeeper subconsciously pointed to the deepest part of the upper palace. Then, he came back to his senses, rolled his eyes, and said, I have it here, how much do you need? He had it here. Take it all out for me to see, Su Yu said. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Someone actually came to him and asked for moon water. It must be someone with a blood feud or someone who urgently needed to break through to nirvana completion, right? That's why he chose to drink poison to quench his thirst. The shopkeeper immediately took out 10 jars of moon water that he had accumulated for a year and said with some embarrassment, Take as much as you can. Consider it my thanks. If there's anything good in the shop that you like, just take it. Su Yu sized it up. He found that there were indeed many chaotic areas in the moon water. If a normal person absorbed it, it would cause irreparable harm to the body. Of course, there was indeed a lot of vigorous energy in it. A jar could increase one's cultivation by about 1/10,000th. It would take about 10,000 jars of such moon water for Su Yu to complete the breakthrough to nirvana completion. Only this much? Su Yu asked with a frown. 10 jars was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The shopkeeper looked up as if he had seen a ghost. An ordinary Shen master of the middle nirvana realm would only need 10 jars to break through to master. Su Yu said that 10 jars were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He even suspected that Su Yu was here to amuse him. How could he know that Su Yu had hundreds of times more pathmarks in his body than others? The energy needed to break through was naturally hundreds of times more. 10 jars were really not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Forget it, 10 jars it is. He inhaled through the air, and the energy was swept away. The chaotic areas attached to the energy were also absorbed into his body. Su Yu clearly felt that his cultivation had improved a little. As for the chaotic areas, they wandered around Su Yu's body and became part of Su Yu's 8 supreme zones. Chapter 2608. After the energy in the moon water was absorbed, the water in the vat became clear and transparent. Of course, it was not clear water in the true sense. It was a kind of divine water that could nourish the bloodline of the rulers. The descendants of the rulers trained in this water, which could stimulate the potential of their bloodline. It would be great if I could bring some back for the Star Rain Empress, Su Yu thought. Although the Star Rain Empress time bloodline had recovered a little with his help, The power of her bloodline was much weaker than that of the other descendants of the Time Masters. Unfortunately, the water had to be taken back. The shopkeeper stared at the 10 clear vats of water and was overjoyed. He looked at Su Yu as if he was looking at the god of fortune. "Honorable guest, my shop has superior materials unique to the sacred city. If you like them, please feel free to take them." The shopkeeper rubbed his hands and smiled. If he could win over Su Yu, he would be able to complete the task of the moon water. However, the shopkeeper was a little puzzled. Why did Su Yu seem to be fine? If others absorbed 10 vats of moon water, they would be affected by the chaotic domain. At the very least, their Taoist marks would be damaged, and at the very worst, their cultivation would be destroyed. How could he be fine? "I don't need it. Where else can I get the moon water?" Su Yu asked with a frown. He had too little moon water. Obviously, it was not enough. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes and said, "Please wait a moment. I can get more moon water for you." How could he miss the opportunity to claim credit? "As soon as possible," Su Yu said. The shopkeeper cupped his hands and went straight to the depths of the upper palace, leaving the shop behind. There was a magnificent hall there. There was a hot spring surrounded by clouds and mist in the hall. There were restrictions all around. Looking from the outside, one could only see the endless mist, and nothing could be seen inside. In the hot spring, several hazy figures were talking. One of them happened to be the beautiful woman with the space domain beside Emperor Xiaohao, Yangran. It turned out that she was also a member of the upper palace. "Hey, I haven't been back for decades. The pulse-cleansing divine marrow has been used up by you." Only half of Yanran's body was submerged in the hot spring. She raised her eyebrows and said discontentedly, "Be content. Our upper palace branch can at least use the pulse-cleansing divine marrow to soak in the hot spring. The other regions have dried up and can only use it to smear," a man with long black hair joked. Traces of death aura fluctuated around him. Yang Ran sighed. The meridian-cleansing divine marrow was obtained from the Tao Abyss. Every time the Tao Abyss appeared, the various juggernauts would head over to retrieve a portion of it and hand it over to the upper palace headquarters. The headquarters would distribute them to the Shanggong branch at regular intervals. Now that the headquarters had used up all the pulse-cleansing divine marrow, the hot spring that their branch was using was the last batch. Once it was used up, there would be no more meridian-cleansing divine marrow to use. Although the meridian-cleansing divine marrow could be reused, it was difficult to remove the impurities after use. They could only rely on those who wanted to break through to the Nirvana realm to remove the impurities with their own bodies. However, who would be willing to destroy their own future after reaching the late stage of middle Nirvana? Very few people in the major regions were willing to accept the moon water. The so-called moon water was a name they came up with to deceive others. The used meridian-cleansing divine marrow was called moon water. Therefore, many pulse-cleansing divine marrow could not be purified and could only be abandoned, causing the number of hot springs to dwindle. In another 10 years, it would definitely dry up. How good would it be if there were more idiots who came to absorb the moon water? The man with the surging death chi couldn't help but sigh. Yang Ran frowned, not saying anything. The meridian-cleansing divine marrow was extremely important to the descendants of the chief sovereigns. At the same level, the level of one's domain depended on the strength of one's bloodline. Unfortunately, the meridian-cleansing divine marrow was something that could only be encountered by luck. "Right, where's big brother Guang Yarrow?" Yang Ran glanced around, but didn't see Guang Yarrow. Guang Yarrow was the palace lord of a branch of the Shanggong. In terms of both cultivation base and domain, he was one of the best amongst them. The reason why Yang Ran had returned to the sacred city of the time domain was to pay a visit to Guang Yarrow. He's also in a terrible fix over the meridian-cleansing divine marrow, the deathly man said. Yang Ran nodded her head in understanding. Guang Yarrow was a descendant of the chief sovereign of fate. His situation was actually more dire than any of the other descendants of the chief sovereigns. This was because the struggle for the position of chief sovereign of fate would begin in 20 years. Guang Yarrow had 3 domains that were far more powerful than his elder brothers, and 2 of them had already reached a high level in fate. This was why Guang Yarrow had been willing to come to the distant time domain. It was precisely because this place had the most meridian-cleansing divine marrow. All these years, he was the most concerned about the meridian-cleansing divine marrow. He would often personally look for a way to retrieve it. At that time, in the outside world, the shopkeeper hurriedly rushed out of the palace. There was a housekeeper at the entrance to the palace who was always there to receive the shopkeepers. "Housekeeper Chen, I have something I need to report to the lords inside." The shopkeeper was eager to claim credit. Housekeeper Chen said calmly, "The lords are currently in the middle of training. Unless it's something important, do not disturb them." The shopkeeper hesitated, wondering if he should say it out loud. Right at that moment, the white clouds in the sky silently parted. A streak of golden light descended. From within the light, a youth holding a tortoise shell in his hand walked out. He was the palace lord of a branch of the Shanggong, Guang Yarou. He frowned, lowering his head to stare at the tortoise shell in his hand as he murmured to himself, "How strange." The divination clearly indicated that a great karmic opportunity would appear at this time and place. Why is it that I've returned to the same place? Originally, a few days ago, Guang Yarou had sensed that a strange wave of karmic luck had descended upon the sacred city. Due to the influence of that karmic luck, he would receive a powerful karmic opportunity as well. As such, he had been constantly making divinations and following the divination. Who would have imagined that after walking for an entire day, he would return to his own palace? This shouldn't be. Guang Yarou couldn't understand. His divinations of karmic luck had always been accurate. However, at this moment, it was completely ineffective. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw the shopkeeper who had come to greet him in fear. Guang Yarou recognized this person. He was the old shopkeeper from his palace. Could it be that the great karmic opportunity is him? Guang Yarou thought to himself, then shook his head. If he had great karmic luck, he would have been divined long ago. Furthermore, how could a small fry like him bear the so-called great karmic luck? Chen Lin pays his respects to Master Guang Yarou. "I have something to report," the shopkeeper said hurriedly. "Chem?" Guang Yarou's heart skipped a beat. "Speak." "Reporting to Master, I have completed the mission of the moon water." Chen Lin handed over 10 jars of clear liquid. That was to restore the pure meridian cleansing divine marrow. How pure? Guang Yarou was slightly surprised. There was not a single trace of the chaotic domain left. In the past, there would always be remnants of it. However, was this the karmic opportunity that he had encountered? Obviously not. A hint of disappointment flashed across Guang Yarou's eyes. "Oh, leave it to the housekeeper." As he spoke, he turned to leave. Chen Lin observed his expression and continued, "Also, those who used the moon water did not have any adverse reactions." Thud, the light-shaking realm cultivator suddenly stopped and turned around. "Say that again." The other party used 10 jars of moon water in one go, but there were no major problems. Guang Yarou's heart skipped a beat. The vague feeling of the great karmic opportunity suddenly grew stronger. Moon water. Even an ordinary late-stage nirvana fighter would have major problems using 1 jar of it. This person had used 10 jars and was still fine. He might be the great karmic opportunity that Guang Yarou was looking for. "Where is he?" "Wait for me in my shop. I will lead the way." Whoosh, however, Guang Yarou did not wait for him. In a flash, he descended in front of the shop. Su Yu sat in the shop with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched and he opened his eyes. He felt a twinge of fate in his heart. However, it was a good feeling. A karmic opportunity had arrived. Chapter 2609. Swish. Almost at the same time, a golden light flashed in front of Su Yu. A young man holding a tortoise shell appeared in a flash. He stared at Su Yu, his brows slightly furrowed. The person in front of him wore a special bamboo hat, making it impossible to see his face. But that was not the point. The point was that he could not sense this person's fate either. Looking at the person in front of him, Yarou Guang felt as if he was facing an abyss. "You are?" Yarou Guang asked as he looked at Su Yu. He wondered if this person was the one who had given him a great opportunity. "The person you are looking for." Su Yu pretended to be mysterious. Thump. Yarou Guang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Suyu in disbelief. I don't quite understand what you're saying. It's enough that you understand, Suyu said calmly. Yarrow Guang was shocked. Could this person also be proficient in the path of destiny? Yarrow Guang took out the tortoise shell and placed it in front of Suyu. A domain emerged from it, condensing into an 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams rotated, changing into different diagrams. You seem to be a kindred spirit. If so, why don't you try my path of destiny? Yarrow Guang wanted to test Suyu's abilities. As soon as he said that, the diagrams became chaotic, sometimes showing ominous signs, sometimes auspicious signs. I predict that in 3 breaths, a child will fall into the water 30,000 miles southwest of the holy city, Yarrow Guang said calmly. With a wave of his hand, a magnificent force swept the entire shop into the sky and landed 30,000 miles away. It was a canal. At that moment, 2 children were playing on the bridge. One of them accidentally fell into the water. Yarrow Guang flicked his finger and rescued the child. Only 3 breaths had passed. Yarrow Guang looked at Suyu and continued, I predict that in 10 breaths, a fire will break out 90,000 miles southeast of the holy city. He waved his sleeves again, and the shop flew through the air. 10 breaths later, 30 feet of green smoke rose from a cowshed under his feet, turning into a raging fire that was about to burn the entire cowshed. Yarrow Guang waved his sleeves, and a rain fell, extinguishing the fire. He had predicted 2 things consecutively, both with perfect accuracy. Yarrow Guang stopped and looked up at Suyu. How is it? He was naturally asking about his Tao of Destiny. It's just SOSO, Suyu said calmly. Yarrow Guang raised his eyebrows and was slightly displeased. My Tao of Destiny can predict what will happen in the next 10 breaths of time within billions of miles. How can you say it's ordinary? His mastery of the Tao of Fate, even amongst the descendants of the chief sovereign of fate, could be considered excellent. Apart from his 3 talented older brothers, no one could surpass him. It was difficult for him to accept Suyu's evaluation. Predicting destiny is only the threshold of the path of destiny, Suyu said calmly. Suyu had mastered the path of destiny, but he had never used it to predict destiny. So what if it was divined? Follow the flow of fate in a favorable situation. In the face of adversity, all one had to do was to overcome it. Therefore, Suyu had never tried to predict fate. He would only try to cut off or break fate. Threshold. Yarrow Guang laughed somewhat angrily. Foreseeing fate was a profound and unfathomable skill, yet Suyu had just mentioned it as a mere threshold. He found it funny that he was discussing the Tao of Destiny with a stranger. All right, your cultivation is profound. Why don't you demonstrate it for me? Yarrow Guang said calmly with a hint of anger in his voice. Suyu said calmly, sure, I'll show you my Tao of Destiny. He closed his eyes, and countless lines of fate appeared in his mind. Any line of fate indicated something that was about to happen. 300 miles away, a martial artist will go berserk, and his body will be destroyed by the chaotic power of the mysterious path, Suyu said as he opened his eyes slowly. Yarrow Guang was stunned. He held the tortoise shell in his hand and was surprised. He had indeed predicted this. The man in the bamboo hat in front of him was really a master of the path of destiny, just like himself. So what? Yarrow Guang had predicted this as well. It was not a big deal. I can change his destiny, Suyu said calmly. Hearing this, Yarrow Guang was startled, and then burst out laughing. Change his destiny? That's something only the chief sovereign of fate can do. He stood up, extremely disappointed in Suyu. He felt like he was talking to an ignorant and fearless lunatic. But, how could he know? Although Suyu was not the chief sovereign of fate, he had always been a person who went against fate. Suyu was silent. With a wave of his sleeves, the whole shop suddenly rotated and flew 300 miles away. Below him, in a sealed training room, a strong man of the light nirvana realm was forcibly breaking through to the next level. Because the power of the mysterious path in his body was not strong enough, if he forced it, the consequence of breaking through to the next level would be that the power of the mysterious path would surge wildly in his body uncontrollably. His body would constantly expand like a balloon, and finally explode with a loud bang. Yarrow Guang said indifferently, "What's there to see? Fate has been decided, and it cannot be changed." Su Yu said nothing, and his fingers grasped toward the sky. A faint moon flashed in the sky. The martial artist who was about to go berserk suddenly stopped and murmured, "Forget it, it's better not to take risks. The loss outweighs the gain." He withdrew the power of the mysterious path and walked out of the secret room. Yarrow Guang's face changed drastically. How could this be? He had clearly predicted that this person would definitely go berserk. But why didn't he? Just now, whether it was the child falling into the water or the cowshed on fire, they were all things that were bound to happen after the divination. Although he tried to stop it, it was all after the fact. The martial artist in front of him, however, had his fate changed before it happened. How was this possible? He was the son of the Fate Master, and he knew that fate was already decided. No one could escape from the arrangement of fate. Only the Fate Master could control a person's fate. The martial artist's fate had actually been changed. He looked up at Su Yu, and his heart trembled. Could this person have changed? Impossible. How could he use the power of the Fate Master? 30 million miles away, there is a woman who will die because of a difficult birth, but her fate will be changed, Su Yu said calmly. Yarrow Guang divined again. Indeed, the woman would die without a doubt. This was the fate that Yarrow Guang divined, and it was a fate that could not be changed. Go. He stared at Su Yu, rolled up his sleeves, and went there. However, what he saw was not the dead woman, but the woman looking at the child who had been born with a smile on her face. Yarrow Guang's heart trembled. Fate had indeed been forcefully changed. Who are you? Yarrow Guang looked at Su Yu deeply. For a moment, he wondered if Su Yu was the illegitimate son of the Fate Master. But the thought was quickly dispelled. The illegitimate son of the Fate Master had already been brought back by the Fate Master, and there was no reason for him to be left outside. Someone who has studied fate a little, Su Yu said, not mentioning that he was also proficient in the field of fate. Chapter 2610. He had inherited the bloodline of the fate domain. His understanding of fate was only below that of the Fate Master. He would never be weaker than an outsider. Then, I'd like to learn from you. Yarrow Guang snorted. Okay, I can give you some pointers, Su Yu said calmly. He might not have enough confidence in the other 7 domains, but the fate domain, he had been fighting against unfair fate all his life. In terms of understanding the fate domain, no one should be able to surpass him. The two of them chatted in the sky. Su Yu spoke with assurance. He had a thorough understanding of fate that ordinary people could not understand. Yarrow Guang was initially unconvinced, then surprised, then shocked, and finally fell into deep thought. Fate, so that's how it is. Yarrow Guang was moved. He had an unprecedented understanding of fate. Many of the confusion he had about the fate domain were suddenly enlightened. Yarrow Guang had learned a lot from the conversation. When he looked at Su Yu again, his eyes were full of respect. I am Yarrow Guang, the son of the Fate Master. Thank you for your guidance, Yarrow Guang said respectfully. He respected and thanked Su Yu from the bottom of his heart. No need to thank me. You were able to find me because of your fate. Su Yu was still calm and unperturbed. Yarrow Guang stared at Su Yu's extraordinary temperament and completely believed that the human in front of him was the person he had been looking for. May I ask your name? Su. Yarrow Guang said sincerely, Brother Su, may I ask why you are so proficient in my fate domain? This person's understanding of the Tao of Destiny far surpassed him, a domainer of destiny. I come from the Tao Abyss, Su Yu said calmly. However, Yarrow Guang gasped and said in shock, the Tao Abyss? The most mysterious and terrifying abyss between the 8-star and 9-star civilizations? This was the first time he had heard of someone coming from a place like the Tao Abyss. It was a terrifying place that even the 8 great rulers had to be careful of. You don't believe me? Su Yu looked calm. He pointed his finger in the air, and a black invitation letter appeared in his palm. The invitation letter exuded a mysterious aura. The aura caused the pulse-cleansing divine marrow in Yarrow Guang's hand to vibrate, as if resonating with it. An invitation from the Tao Abyss. Yarrow Guang sucked in another breath of cold air. That was an invitation that only the master of the heavenly law was qualified to receive. The human in front of him actually had one? Regardless of whether he came from the Tao abyss or not, the fact that he was able to obtain it was enough to show how extraordinary his status was. Yarrow Guang had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "Greetings, Senior." Yarrow Guang immediately bowed. The invitation letter of the Tao abyss was only in the hands of the master of the heaven law. Even if the master of heaven law were to lose it, the invitation letter would self-destruct, and it would never fall into the hands of another person. This person held his hand, which was enough to prove that the invitation letter belonged to him. Was there even a need to ask what kind of existence the person who could obtain an invitation letter was? At the very least, he was a master of the Tao of heaven. Even if he wasn't a juggernaut, he wasn't far off. Su Yu was surprised. He had originally used the Tao Abyss's invitation to pretend to be mysterious, but who would have thought that the light-shaking realm would directly recognize him as a senior? Without understanding the reason behind it, Su Yu naturally could not pursue the matter. He nodded ambiguously and said, "Don't make it public, just keep it to yourself." Yarrow Guang said excitedly, "Yes, I will definitely keep it a secret for you, Senior." The person in front of him was very likely to be a master of the heaven law. He could not wait to befriend him, so why would he reveal his existence and anger him? "Senior, you have come to the upper palace for something important?" Yarrow Guang asked respectfully, his hands hanging by his sides. He completely believed that the person in front of him was his great opportunity. As for whether he came from the Tao abyss or not, it was no longer important. The important thing was that he had to curry favor with this person. "Nothing much. I am only interested in your moon water," Su Yu said. Yarrow Guang suddenly understood. The moon water was actually the impurities of the divine marrow of cleansing, which actually came from the Tao abyss. Wasn't it normal for this person to be interested in the divine marrow of cleansing from the Tao abyss? "Senior, if you need the divine marrow of cleansing, feel free to take it. There are still some in the upper palace that you can take." Yarrow Guang made the decision on his own. Even if he had to give him all the hot springs, it would be worth it. This clear liquid was the divine marrow of cleansing. Su Yu understood. "Take me to have a look. Maybe I can help you purify the moon water," Su Yu said. Yarrow Guang was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." He recalled that the shopkeeper had said that Su Yu had absorbed 10 whole vats of impurities without the slightest abnormality. He did not doubt it at all. "Senior, please wait in the upper palace while I make some preparations." There were still several people from the upper palace training in the hot springs. They had to be cleared out first. Su Yu nodded. Therefore, under the personal invitation of the palace master of the upper palace, Yarrow Guang, Su Yu openly entered the upper palace. He was arranged to stay in the best guest room in the upper palace. "Senior, please wait a moment," Yarrow Guang said, and immediately appeared above the hot springs. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of the people in the hot springs. They were all moved and left the hot springs, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Brother Yarrow Guang." Both Yangran and the dead youth were extremely respectful. Not only was Yarrow Guang their palace master, but he was also the most powerful one among them. His strength was said to have reached the level of the Pathmaster. Coupled with that mysterious path of destiny, everyone had to be wary of him. Yarrow Guang immediately said, "Everyone, leave the hot springs immediately. No one is allowed to return without my permission, let alone peep. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the upper palace." Ah, why did he sound so serious? Did something happen? The dead youth was surprised. "Brother Yarrow Guang, can you tell us why?" Yarrow Guang did not hide anything. He said solemnly, "To tell you the truth, I have invited an unfathomable senior. He can help us purify the whole hot springs and restore the pulse-cleansing divine marrow." Hearing that, several members of the upper palace were in an uproar. "Ah, senior. What kind of senior can purify so much moon water? Even the rulers can't do it, right?" Voices of doubt and shock reverberated throughout the entire place. Yarrow Guang stretched out his arm and gestured for them to quiet down. His expression was solemn and dignified, with a rare seriousness. There is no need to doubt. Everything is true. Everyone, leave now. After confirming that Yarrow Guang was not joking, the members of the upper palace were surprised and delighted. If the water could really be restored, the power of their bloodlines could be nurtured again. They all left. Yarrow Guang immediately cleaned up the hot springs so that Su Yu could purify them. Several members of the upper palace left. The dead youth was shocked. Yangran, who do you think the senior that brother Yarrow Guang invited is? Yanran's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. To be able to purify so much hot springs, it is hard to guess what kind of existence that senior is. Even the rulers would not dare to purify so much pulse-cleansing divine marrow. Chapter 26:11. The youth shook his head and sighed. In this world, there are still many existences that we descendants of sovereigns can't provoke. Unless we can become sovereigns one day, we won't be able to do as we please among the 8-star civilizations. Yangran agreed. On the surface, the 8-star civilizations were the worlds of the 8 sovereigns. In reality, there were some extremely terrifying existences. She didn't know if the senior in front of her could be counted as one of them. The two chatted for a while and then returned to their own residences. When the youth passed by the guest rooms in the upper palace, he suddenly saw a young man who was busy moving goods. The youth had seen this person before. He was a kid from a shop in the upper palace that provided materials for them. He often came here to move goods. In his eyes, the young man was just an insect that didn't deserve any pity. "You, come here." The deathly aura youth's gaze shifted as he shouted. The young man was Huang Fu Yi, who had come under orders. Hearing this, he walked over with a smile and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master Dead Soul." So, the youth's name was Dead Soul. "Go to the hot spring and see what's inside. Tell me if you find anything." The soul couldn't suppress his curiosity. He could follow the light-shaking realm's order and not spy. But could he order someone else to go? Huang Fu Yi's smile froze. He smiled apologetically. "Master Dead Soul, please don't make things difficult for me. I wouldn't dare to spy on the hot spring." The hot spring was the core of the upper palace. Outsiders weren't even allowed to get close. There was once a shopkeeper who came here to deliver goods for the first time. Because he didn't know the way, he accidentally approached the hot spring. He was discovered before he could get close. He was deemed to be up to no good and was executed on the spot. Getting close was already so severe, let alone spying. Wouldn't he be turned into ashes? "Just be careful. Go now," the soul ordered. Huang Fu Yi was anxious. Being careful wasn't enough at the hot spring. He didn't think that with his weak cultivation, he would go unnoticed if he went to the hot spring. He would die if he went. "Oh, okay. I'll go now." Huang Fu Yi had an idea and immediately ran to the hot spring. The soul stood where he was and stared at Huang Fu Yi's figure. His eyes were full of indifference. The light-shaking realm was in the hot spring. If Huang Fu Yi went to investigate, he would definitely die. He pushed off with the tip of his foot. A wisp of black death energy quickly spread from underground and silently entered Huang Fu Yi's body. Through this wisp of death chi, the dead soul could share Huang Fu Yi's perspective. Whatever he could see when he was alive, so could his dead soul. Huang Fu Yi ran all the way until she was out of the sight of the dead souls. Of course, he wouldn't really go to the hot spring. He turned around and walked in another direction. After walking for a while, he thought, it's about time. According to his previous pace, he should have just arrived near the hot spring. After pausing for a moment, he turned around and walked back. That's right, he planned to go back and report that he didn't find anything. After a while, he pretended to be out of breath and ran back with a face full of lingering fear. "Lord Dead Soul, I will never go to the hot spring again. It's too dangerous." It had to be said that he had a good grasp of all kinds of expressions. Unfortunately, he did not know that the dead soul had already seen everything through the shared perspective. The dead soul stood where it was, its expression calm. "Oh, what did you see?" Huang Fu Yi shook her head. "I'm too weak to see through the hot spring. I didn't see anything." He was nervous and didn't know if he could pass. Of all the sovereign descendants in the upper palace, the most powerful was definitely the light-shaking realm. But the most dangerous was definitely the dead soul. An existence that controlled the domain of death. He could decide the life and death of others with a single thought. Who wouldn't be afraid? Oh, that's fine. Unexpectedly, the dead soul was surprisingly easy to talk to. As I expected. The dead soul walked over and patted Huang Fuyi's shoulder. You did well. I admire you. Huang Fuyi felt guilty and hurriedly said, You flatter me, Lord Dead Soul. You're flattering me. This is what you deserve. The dead soul smiled and walked away. The moment he turned around, a thick killing intent flashed across his calm face. For a dragon to be deceived by a worm, would the dragon tolerate it? Of course not. That bug would die a horrible death. Huang Fuyi's smart move had made the dead soul want to kill him. Of course, if he wanted Huang Fuyi dead, he could kill him with a single thought. He wanted Huang Fuyi to die in agony. Huang Fuyi stood where he was and fell into deep thought. It was not normal for the dead soul to be so easy to talk to. He secretly checked his body, but found nothing. Maybe I'm thinking too much, Huang Fuyi muttered. Then he continued to work. There's one more box. Send it to the guest rooms and place it in each room. Huang Fuyi carried a large box to the 103rd guest room in the upper palace. He placed the materials one by one. When he arrived at the premium guest room, he found that the door was already closed. Closed meant that someone was living inside. Premium guest room? Huang Fuyi's expression became more serious. The premium guest rooms in the upper palace were not like those in inns, where one could stay as long as they had the money. Those who could stay here were definitely super powerful people with terrifying identities. The kind that could make the holy city tremble with a stomp of their feet. He swallowed and mustered up the courage to knock on the door. Guest, do you need to change the heaven silver water? The guest room was occupied by none other than Su Yu. It was Su Yu. He was thinking silently when he suddenly heard the call. He replied instinctively, no need. But suddenly, Su Yu felt a shred of death aura. Wait. He was alarmed. Could it be someone with bad intentions outside? Outside the door, Huang Fuyi was leaving angrily. Suddenly hearing the voice coming from the door, his heart tightened and he immediately listened to the door. He lowered his head, not daring to look into the eyes of the person inside the door. He was afraid that his careless actions would offend the other party. As a small fry in the holy city, he had to be careful at all times. Creak, the door opened. Su Yu stared at the youth with his head lowered, his eyes filled with caution. But when he scanned the youth's cultivation level, he could not help but be surprised. Only at the level of a yellow pathmaster? But what was with the death aura on his body? Su Yu looked over and was shocked to find that there was an obscure death realm lurking within the youth's body. This death realm was quite vicious. It would not kill the person immediately, but it would cause the person's body to age continuously. The person would suffer unbearable pain and die in a long period of torture. It seems like he has offended someone, Su Yu murmured. Su Yu looked at the youth's frail body and simple clothes, then walked down the stairs and said, sit down cross-legged. Huang Fuyi froze when he heard this. He was not surprised by the youth's request. But why did the youth's voice sound so familiar? Chapter 26:12. Lifting his head, Huang Fuyi's pupils dilated. Uncle Su, he exclaimed, then rubbed his eyes subconsciously, wondering if he was hallucinating. How could he meet Uncle Su Yu here? Su Yu was also stunned. Huang Fuyi. After examining him for a while, Su Yu confirmed that the youth in front of him was Huang Fuyi, whom he had lost contact with 10 years ago. Back then, Su Yu had told him to wait for his return in the Forbidden Forest. Unexpectedly, he had encountered Prince Xiaoyao's clone and fought it. When he returned, Huang Fuyi was nowhere to be found. He had already passed through the crack and left the area, arriving at an 8-star civilization. Uncle. Huang Fuyi was still a child. Tears streamed down his face as he threw himself forward and hugged Su Yu. He had suffered greatly at the 8-star civilization for the past decade. Seeing Su Yu now was like seeing a relative, and he couldn't help but cry. Su Yu could understand Huang Fu Yi's current state of mind. Even he had suffered greatly at the 8-star civilization, much less a child like Huang Fu Yi. "It's okay, uncle is here." Su Yu gently rubbed his head. A piercing pain suddenly spread from his palm. Lifting his palm, he saw a thread of death energy coming from Huang Fu Yi's head and piercing Su Yu's palm. "Come in and talk." Su Yu's expression turned serious as he pulled him into the guest room. Su Yu had set up many seals nearby, preventing others from probing. "Did you offend anyone recently?" Su Yu asked. Huang Fu Yi shook his head. "No. Why do you ask?" He couldn't understand where the seriousness in Su Yu's eyes came from. Su Yu didn't speak, his finger tapping on his shoulder. The shirt on his shoulder immediately tore, revealing his shoulder. "See for yourself." Huang Fu Yi tilted his head and was shocked. "Ah, what is this?" On his shoulder, there was a palm print that was as black as ink. That handprint obviously didn't belong to Su Yu. A cold death energy flowed within it, continuously seeping into Huang Fu Yi's limbs. Huang Fu Yi didn't notice it at all. "Think again. Who did you offend?" Su Yu's gaze was cold. Huang Fu Yi was Huang Fu Liuyang's only descendant. Su Yu couldn't allow his friend's descendant to be plotted against. "It's a dead soul." Huang Fu Yi's teeth chattered, his heart cold. The one who patted his shoulder just now was a dead soul. He had long wondered why the cold and gloomy dead soul was so easy to talk to. It turned out that he had done something to his body. "Uncle Su Yu, will I die?" Huang Fu Yi's face was pale. He still could not accept the fact that he was about to die. "I will," Su Yu said with certainty. "Moreover, it will be a painful death. If the death domain were to explode." Huang Fu Yi clenched her fists tightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Pretending to be strong, she said, "Uncle Su Yu, if you can return to the outside world, please tell my parents that I'm living well in the 8-star civilization. Don't let them worry." Were these his last words? Su Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. Huang Fu Yi was very sensible. Before she died, she still cared about her parents and didn't want them to be sad. "Silly child, will you die if I am here?" Su Yu patted his shoulder once again. The death palm print flickered and swayed, faintly beginning to float away from his shoulder. With Su Yu's mastery of the death domain, it was not difficult for him to remove the threat of death from Huang Fu Yi's body. Somewhere in the Shanggong, just as the dead soul was about to return to the cave, it seemed to sense something. It slowly retracted the step it had taken. Its body turned around coldly, its eyes shooting in Huang Fu Yi's direction. "Little worm, to think that you could find a way to escape the death domain. I underestimated you." There was no anger on its face. Instead, it felt a bit of pity. But the worm's resistance is still weak. The dead soul closed its eyes, its heart moving. On Huang Fu Yi's shoulder, the death palm print that was about to leave his body suddenly exploded. It turned into a large cloud of death energy, enveloping Huang Fu Yi's entire head. Huang Fu Yi felt a piercing pain spreading from the depths of his head. Su Yu's eyes flashed. His left palm was filled with death energy, enveloping his entire palm. It turned into a giant palm about 10 feet wide. The giant palm grabbed all of the death energy enveloping Huang Fu Yi's head. When he opened his palm, a ferocious ghost face struggled continuously in his palm. That was the dead soul's death domain. It was trapped in Su Yu's palm, unable to escape no matter what. Humph! Su Yu clenched his fist, and the death domain immediately shattered. In front of the cave abode, the dead soul's eyes suddenly opened. They were completely red, and traces of blood dripped from them. "Who is behind this?" he cried out in shock. His death domain had been forcefully destroyed by someone, to the point that his true body was affected. In the entire upper palace, only Yarrow Guang could do this. He could use his own destiny domain to forcefully destroy his death domain. But that didn't make sense. Yarrow Guang was currently in the hot spring. Even if Yarrow Guang encountered that human worm, he would at most reprimand the dead soul. There was no way he could destroy the death domain without a word, to the point that his true body would be affected. After thinking for a moment, the killing intent in the dead soul's eyes exploded again. "You dare oppose me?" Hehe, I want to see who you are. The dead soul said coldly. He was about to rush to where Huang Fui was. Suddenly, the dead soul realized that the space around him had been sealed. When? The dead soul was shocked. He hadn't even noticed that the space domain had been sealed. 100 miles around him had been sealed. The strangest thing was that the other descendants of the Dominators hadn't noticed anything strange about this place. Logically, with their amazing senses, they shouldn't have been oblivious. Who are you? The dead soul growled. The only person who could do this and target him was the mysterious being who had destroyed his death domain. Creak, there was a soft sound. A space fluctuation appeared in front of the dead soul. It was like a ripple in a lake. From the ripple, a silver-haired youth walked out with his hands behind his back. Behind him was Huang Fui. The dead soul's gaze swept past Huang Fui, then turned to stare at Su Yu. Did you do this? The dead soul asked coldly. He secretly sized up Su Yu, feeling very strange. He felt an extremely annoying aura from Su Yu, the life domain, but Su Yu had clearly mastered the space domain. Did something? I don't think so, Su Yu said calmly. He had only destroyed the dead soul's limbs. What is your relationship with Yangran? The dead soul asked with a frown. Yangran was a descendant of the Space Master, so she should know the space domain expert in front of him. He mistakenly thought that Su Yu had been brought to the upper palace by Yangran. Chapter 26:13. The dead soul glanced at Huang Fuyi, his eyes full of disdain. Since you are a descendant of the Space Master, you shouldn't mingle with the insects. That will only lower our noble status, the dead soul reprimanded him proudly. As a descendant of the Space Master, his status was naturally much higher than an ant like Huang Fuyi. Su Yu's face was as calm as still water. He slowly took off his bamboo hat, revealing his human face. Ah, you are a human? The dead soul was shocked. How could a descendant of the Space Master be a human? As you can see, I belong to the insect clan in your eyes. Su Yu threw away his bamboo hat, his eyes filled with cold light. The dead soul was shocked. How could a human master the space domain, which only the descendants of the Space Master could master? No matter who you are, there's no need for you to argue with me, the descendant of the Death Master, for the sake of a lowly being. The dead soul said, let's end this matter here. I won't hold you accountable for implicating me in my injuries. As he spoke, he was about to break the space seal and leave. Su Yu laughed, but it was a laugh of anger. You are probably deaf. I didn't come to apologize to you, but to demand compensation. As Su Yu's voice fell, the nearby space suddenly folded. The space within 100 miles immediately folded and overlapped with Su Yu and Huang Fuyi as the center. The dead soul's pupils shrank, and the deadly energy around him exploded. A giant stone tablet appeared behind him. The word death was particularly clear on the stone tablet. It was the death domain. With the support of the stone tablet, the compressed space was forcefully resisted and could no longer fold. We are both masters of the domain, but you are still too young to kill me, the dead soul snorted. The word death on the stone tablet suddenly released a huge wave of light. Anyone who was swept by the ripples would meet death. However, when the wave of light swept past Su Yu, it did not cause him any harm. You are a chaotic person? The dead soul was shocked. Then he shook his head and said, no, you are a creature, but why are you not affected by my death domain? A normal person should have died immediately after being swept by it. Su Yu did not speak, but said calmly, primary death domain? He stretched out his palm, and a brilliant universe of stars appeared. Then, the universe of stars was torn apart. The dead soul's death domain immediately collapsed as if it had been crushed by destruction. In an instant, there was nothing left. The domain was shattered, and the dead soul was affected. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Its face was filled with shock. Mid-grade spatial domain? Just who are you? Yenran's spatial domain was only at the intermediate level. This outsider had actually cultivated his space domain to a higher level than Yangran. If they really fought, Yangran wouldn't be able to defeat this spatial domain master. The death domain was crushed, and spatial folding was no longer obstructed. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The dead soul was crushed into countless pieces by the space domain. Huang Fui was stunned. In his memory, Uncle Su Yu was extremely powerful, and he could even fight against the injured sinful woman. However, he had never imagined that Uncle Su Yu was already so powerful that he could easily crush the descendant of the Death Master. He's dead? Huang Fuyi asked in disbelief. Hiss. A soft sound reverberated in the silent space. The fragments that had been crushed into dust had all turned into wisps of black death chi. They gathered again, turning into a humanoid being. There was no skin, only vague facial features and a body. Human, you can't kill me. This was the true form of the dead soul. His human form was just a layer of human skin on top of his real body. As a descendant of the Death Master, he controlled the path of death. Nothing could kill him. At least, Su Yu couldn't. Huang Fui's heart sank. As expected, how could a descendant of the Death Master be killed so easily? Uncle Su Yu was in big trouble. This was the upper palace. If other descendants of the Death Masters were attracted here, Uncle Su Yu wouldn't be able to escape. However, Su Yu was unusually calm. He said indifferently, "There aren't many people I can't kill." As a mortal body, he could even kill the stone birth son of heaven. So what if he was a descendant of the Death Masters? Don't scare me. If you want to leave the upper palace alive, scram immediately. That way, you will still have a chance to escape. The dead soul was surrounded by the aura of death. The aura of death was slowly corroding the sealed space. Su Yu's expression was unusually calm. The galaxy behind him dissipated. In its place was an ancient tree that covered the sky. The leaves of the ancient tree weren't crisp, but silver. The whole tree was shining with dazzling silver light. Seeing this, the dead soul turned pale with fright. Middle-level life domain. How could a human be proficient in both the space domain and the life domain? And both of them had reached the mid-level? You are the descendant of the ancient god Jiolong? The dead soul retreated slowly, great fear rising in his eyes. In fact, he was still hoping for a fluke. The ancient god Jiolong had fallen for so many years. There shouldn't be any descendants in this world. Congratulations, you got it right. Su Yu smiled lightly. The ancient tree was bathed in silver light, and the infinite energy of life was pervasive. Life energy was undoubtedly a good thing for other living creatures. No one would complain about having too much. But for those who possessed the death domain, the life domain was their natural nemesis. Under the illumination of the silver light, the whole body of the dead soul was constantly evaporating. Its body was getting weaker and smaller. Before long, it would be completely evaporated and die. The only thing in this world that could deal with the descendants of the Death Master was probably the descendants of the Life Master. Similarly, the greatest threat to the descendants of the Life Master was the descendants of the Death Master. However, Su Yu had both, so he had nothing to fear. Father, save me. At the critical moment, the dead soul crushed a jade pendant. The jade pendant contained the energy of death sealed by the Death Master. Once it was unleashed, all living things in the world, except for the rulers, would die. Just as the Star Rain Empress had a treasure of the heavenly law master level bestowed by the Time Master, the dead soul also had a similar treasure. Moreover, it was an offensive treasure. Time freeze. However, to the dead soul's despair, Su Yu was really the descendant of the ancient god Jiolong. With a casual word, the entire river of time stopped. The dead soul remained in the position of crushing the jade pendant, unable to move. Su Yu walked over and gently took the jade pendant from the dead soul's hand. With an indifferent look, he said, "Good stuff, I'll accept it for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the time freeze ended. The dead soul roared wildly, "Give it back to me." What responded to him was the ancient tree of life that exploded like the sun. Under the illumination of the extremely dazzling silver light, the dead soul dissipated, leaving only remnants of the energy of death floating nearby. Su Yu grabbed with his palm, and before the energy of death dissipated, it gathered in his palm again, condensing into a pitch-black pearl. The energy of death inside it soared into the sky, containing the extremely pure death domain. Chapter 26:14. Ah! Me! Huang Fuyi pointed at her own nose, implying that it was impossible. The descendants of the hegemons all had innate bloodlines. He was half human, half monster. What right did he have to be a descendant of the hegemon? Others might not be able to do it, but you shouldn't have a problem. Su Yu looked at Huang Fu Yi's left eye and said, "Your left eye is the heavenly law's eye of death, and it also controls the way of death. Hence, absorbing the death domain shouldn't be a problem for you." Huang Fuyi touched her left eye and nodded expectantly. "I'll try." "All right, sit down." Su Yu inserted the bead into Huang Fuyi's body, using his own death domain to guide the dead soul's death domain into his heavenly law death eye. Even though Huang Fuyi's eye of death was born with him, it hadn't been activated yet. He had yet to unleash the power of death. Now, under the baptism of the death domain, the heaven's death eye trembled slightly. Huang Fuyi felt an itch in her left eye, as if a wound was healing and growing flesh. At the same time, an unprecedented power was awakened in Huang Fuyi's left eye. The eye devoured all the death domain that approached it. When everything was done, Huang Fuyi's left eye was as bright as jade. Traces of destructive power kept wandering in his eyes. "Practice a few more times in the future to learn how to control the power of death," Su Yu said with satisfaction. From the looks of it, it was a complete success. That portion of the domain of death had completely merged with the heavenly Tao's eye of death. As soon as Huang Fuyi activated the eye of heavenly Tao, she could unleash the death domain. "Thank you, Uncle Su Yu." Huang Fuyi was extremely grateful. He, the Yellow Tao Lord, had mastered one of the 8 supreme domains, the death domain. In the past, he didn't even dare to dream of this. "There is no need to thank me between us," Su Yu said. "Just follow me from now on." He was alone in an 8-star civilization, and Su Yu found it hard to be at ease. "Uncle Su Yu, if there's anything you need me to do, I can do it for you. I'm very familiar with the sacred city." Su Yu shook his head with a smile. "The only thing I need you to do is to protect yourself." At the moment, he didn't need anyone to do anything for him. After killing the dead souls and taking care of the realm of death, Su Yu took a look at the outside world. After confirming that there was no one outside, he removed the spatial barrier. At the same time, he raised his hand and grabbed the space above his head. After a wave of fluctuations, a pitch-black flag appeared. Su Yu kept it in his pocket. This flag was named Silent Silence. It was the formation flag that the group of people had used to besiege Empress Star Rain's residence. Under the effect of the formation flags, all fluctuations could be concealed. Even when the Empress Star Rain and Su Yu had been attacked so fiercely, they had not alerted the guards of the nearby tunnel masters. The formation flag landed in Su Yu's hands, and he had just used it. That was why the commotion caused by his killing of the dead souls hadn't attracted the attention of any of the Sovereign Lord's descendants. The two returned to the guest room in silence. Little did they know. Not long after they left, an elegant woman walked out from the slanted ground. She arrived at the battlefield and made a grabbing motion with her palm. A wisp of remnant space domain gently jumped in his palm. Intermediate space domain. The woman was none other than the descendant of space domain, Yang Ran. Her lips curled up slightly. What a surprise. A human spatial domain is even more powerful than that of a descendant of the space god. It turned out that she had not been separated from the dead soul for long. Because he had something important to do, he came back to look for the dead souls. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived, she saw Su Yu and a young man leaving through the gate of the dead souls. The space domain, which had not yet dispersed, was also captured by her. "What should I do with you?" "A human with the space domain?" Yang Rant's red lips curled up slightly, smiling faintly. The space god would not allow creatures other than himself and his descendants to control the domain. Su Yu controlled it, and his fate was sealed. In the guest room. Not long after Su Yu returned, Yarrow Guang's respectful voice sounded from outside the door. "Elder, everything is ready." Su Yu replied. "Wait here, and don't leave rashly." "I'll be back soon," Su Yu said. He left the guest room and went to the hot spring. The descendants of the sovereigns inside had been cleared away, and the surrounding area was reinforced with seals. This was to ensure that no one would disturb the purification process. Gazing at the abundant moon water, Su Yu's heart was filled with anticipation. Breaking through to the Nirvana realm was just around the corner. When Yarrow Guang retreated, Su Yu immediately leaped into the hot spring. All the pores on his body opened up, frantically swallowing strand after strand of energy. Su Yu did not refuse any of the energy that was mixed with the domain. He used his own domain to digest all of it. The Taoist marks in his body were perfected one after another, constantly developing toward the peak state. If nothing unexpected happened, he would successfully break through to the Nirvana realm in 2 hours. However, as the swallowing continued, Su Yu could not ignore the fact that the chaotic domain that he absorbed was gradually merging with Su Yu's 8 great domains. His 8 great domains began to undergo some changes. Su Yu did not expect this. The domain energy in the 10 vats of moon water that he had swallowed before was too weak to affect Su Yu. However, the chaotic domain before him was the domain of the sovereigns of the Upper Palace, which had been accumulated for hundreds and thousands of years. When accumulated, the amount would be considerable. Fortunately, Su Yu's 8 great domains were all at the intermediate level, which was considered strong. Although the impurities had merged with them, they could not affect his domain. On the contrary, Su Yu's domain was gradually strengthened, and he gained the unique domain abilities of the descendants of the sovereigns. For example, Yarrow Guang's divination ability. Su Yu could also use it now. Su Yu had also inadvertently learned the abilities of the descendants of the sovereigns. If they knew, they would probably die of anger. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Inadvertently, he had secretly learned the unique skills of all the descendants of the Upper Palace. Many descendants of the sovereigns, who were completely unaware of this, were discussing in the Upper Palace. I heard that the purification has begun. Is it true? It's hard to say. After all, even the sovereigns may not be able to do it. Just as they were discussing among themselves, a figure quickly walked over. Something big has happened. His face was filled with anxiety and unease. Luluor, weren't you in isolation? Yarrow Guang walked out of the crowd and looked at the newcomer. The newcomer was a beautiful woman, whose whole body was emitting rich life energy. She was a descendant of the Life Master, and she was in charge of the life domain. At this moment, Luluor was shocked. Brother Yarrow Guang, Dead Soul is dead. Luluor said anxiously. She took out a few leaves, each of which was carved with the name of a member of the Upper Palace. Among them, the leaves carved with the words Dead Soul had already withered into ashes. When the leaves fall, the soul perishes. Dead Soul is really dead, Luluor murmured. Chapter 26:15. How can a dead soul die? He controls death. Not many can kill a descendant of the Death Master, right? Among us, there are only 2 people who have absolute confidence in killing a soul, right? One of them was a powerful Yarrow Guang. The other was the natural nemesis of the Death Realm, the Life Realm. Yarrow Guang had been with them all this time and had no time to kill a soul. The only possibility was Luluor. It's not me, it's not me. Luluor's face was red with anxiety. If I killed a soul, I wouldn't be unharmed. Although her abilities were slightly higher than a dead soul's, how could she kill a dead soul without paying a price? Sizing her up, everyone agreed. Luluor was indeed unlikely. But then who could it be? A dead soul in the Upper Palace, killed without a trace. This was a provocation to the entire Upper Palace. Yangran, do you have anything to say? Yarrow Guang's face sank. The dead soul had been with Yangran. Yangran said calmly, I saw who killed the dead soul. What? Everyone looked over. Yarrow Guang's eyes were filled with reproach, releasing the terrifying aura of a master. Why didn't you say? Since Yangran had seen the dead soul's death, why hadn't she mentioned it to them? This was a huge matter, Yangran said helplessly. I only saw a mysterious person appear in the dead soul's room. I didn't expect the dead soul to meet with a mishap. Who would have thought that he, who controls death, would die one day? This was reasonable. Who was it? Did you see it clearly? Yarrow Guang asked. Facing the stares of Yarrow Guang and her colleagues, Yangran did not dare hide anything. I saw it. It was an outsider. Outsider? Everyone, including Yarrow Guang, looked in the direction of the hot spring. Was there only one outsider in the upper palace? That was Su Yu, whom Yarrow Guang had brought back. Yarrow Guang's heart sank. In fact, he had suspected Su Yu from the start. The dead soul was very difficult to kill. To be able to do so without causing a commotion, it could only be this mysterious and powerful senior. He was just hoping for a fluke. Yarrow Guang gripped a small booklet in his sleeve. This was a protective magic treasure which the chief sovereign of fate had given him. Upon encountering danger, all he had to do was take out the book and write down the name of the enemy, as well as the fate that was about to befall him. The enemy's fate would change on the spot. If he wrote instant death, the enemy would die immediately. This was the domain of the chief sovereign of fate. No one could avoid it. If it was really Su Yu's doing, Yarrow Guang would have no choice but to use the booklet. No one could wantonly kill the people of the upper palace. Including Su Yu. Brother Yao Guang, is that the person in the hot spring? Let's kill him together, someone suggested. His thoughts represented everyone else's. Without a doubt, it could only be done by that person. Yarrow Guang held the booklet tightly and said slowly, "This is an important matter, we can't be careless. Yangran, when the person in the hot spring comes out, can you confirm whether it is him or not?" Yangran affirmed, "Yes. Although he covered his face, I still remember his aura." The light-shaking realm's gaze grew cold. "Fine. Everyone, prepare yourselves. If it really is this person, please don't be stingy with your treasures and attack together. This person's strength is unfathomable. If we're careless, we might be the ones to die." His heart was filled with guilt. It was the people he brought back that caused the deaths of the dead souls. At this moment, he was greatly shaken by his own divination. The person who could bring him such a great opportunity was the murderer of the upper palace members. "We will listen to Brother Yarrow Guang's command." It had to be said that the members of the upper palace were quite united. With one person dead, the other members were united. "Follow me." Under Yarrow Guang's lead, a total of 7 members of the upper palace came to the entrance of the hot spring. They were all secretly preparing powerful defensive magic treasures. Once Yangran confirmed that Su Yu was the murderer, what awaited him would be the attack of the 7 masters' personal defensive treasures. By then, Su Yu would not be able to escape. Su Yu, who was completely unaware of this, was making his final attempt. 799-800. Finally, the marks of Tao in his body were completely complete. All the power within the marks of Tao burst forth like a mountain torrent. Su Yu suddenly felt as if his body was about to be broken from the inside out by that unparalleled power. His whole body felt swollen. At the same time, the Tao energy of heaven and earth gathered above Su Yu's head like thousands of streams returning to the sea. With the hot spring as the center, the profound energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles rushed over rapidly. One could see with the naked eye that patches of thick, condensed dark clouds rolling over, shrouding the entire upper palace. Different profound energy dark clouds collided and rubbed against each other, causing a series of lightning bolts and a deafening roar of thunder. The many descendants of the masters stared at the scene in shock. Why did this scene look like someone was going through a tribulation? Even when breaking through to the Pathmaster, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth is no more than this, isn't it? Luluor was stunned. Such thick profound energy was like 800 middle Nirvana realm Shen Dao masters breaking through to the Nirvana realm at the same time. Yarrow Guang shook his head solemnly. No. Even breaking through to the Pathmaster can't produce such a magnificent phenomenon of heaven and earth. He was a Pathmaster himself, so he knew this all too well. What is that person doing in the hot spring? How can he cause such a terrifying phenomenon so casually? Everyone's scalps went numb. They could not help but tighten their grip on their respective treasures. As lightning flashed and thunder roared, the dark clouds began to fall like rain, falling into the hot spring. Su Yu sat cross-legged in the hot spring. There was a whirling current on the top of his head, catching all the liquid profound energy that dripped down and integrating it into his Tao mark. The power within his Tao mark absorbed the majestic profound energy and became even purer. When all the profound energy had been absorbed, Su Yu clenched his fist, almost tearing the space apart. Early stage of void nirvana? Suyu's face showed a hint of joy. His current cultivation was at the early stage of nirvana, but his pure profound energy was close to the early stage of void nirvana. Among the nirvana strong men of the same realm, there should not be many who could compete with him in terms of strength. Suyu was exceptionally satisfied with the successful breakthrough in his cultivation. He slowly stood up. The hot spring where he was already extremely clear. There was not a single trace of impurity in it. It's time to leave, Suyu said to himself. His goal had been achieved, so it was time to leave the upper palace. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In his left eye, 8 great spinning domains appeared uncontrollably. The 8 great domains appeared on their own and shot out an 8-colored beam of light. The beam of light broke through all obstacles. The many seals of the hot spring could not stop the beam of light for even a moment, and they were penetrated on the spot. The many descendants of the great masters outside the hot spring were startled, and they stared at the beam of light of the 8 great domains in shock. Those are 8 kinds of supreme domains. It seems like only the ancient god Jolong can combine the 8 great supreme domains into one, right? Could it be that the one inside could the one inside be the ancient god Jolong himself? Chapter 26:16. There was no need to doubt the relationship between ancient god Nine Dragon and the god. If he really was ancient god Nine Dragon's true body, wouldn't they, the descendants of the hegemons? When she thought of this, Yarrow Guang shuddered. The pillar of light was extinguished after a while. All of the hegemon descendants felt their hearts clench. The enemy was about to come out. The important thing now was not that this person had killed the souls, but that this person was very likely to be ancient god Nine Dragon's true body. Creak creak amidst the deathly silence, a series of soft noises could be heard. That was the sound of the seals being opened layer by layer. He was coming out. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. As more and more seals were undone, they became more and more nervous. He could even hear the rapid beating of his heart. Creak as the last seal was unlocked. A figure slowly walked out of the hazy mist of the hot spring. That figure was surrounded by an 8-colored halo. 8 different sovereign domains revolved around his body. Ah! Ancient god Nine Dragon. Those with weaker temperaments immediately began to scream, activating the magic treasures the sovereign had personally bestowed upon them. Yarrow Guang hurriedly shouted, "No!" If his assailant was not ancient god Nine Dragon's true body, then he had killed an innocent. If he did, he would be infuriating ancient god Nine Dragon's true body. How could he act rashly? Freeze. However, the figure walked out and said slowly. The person who was about to activate the domain was frozen on the spot. Time domain. The pupils of the sovereign descendants constricted, and their hearts filled with terror. As the mist dissipated, Suyu's figure was revealed. His body was covered with a layer of 8-colored light, and his expression was cold and aloof. Are the descendants of the hegemon really that bad? He's actually scared to this extent. Everyone looked at him without blinking. No one dared to say anything else. If the ancient god Jolong himself were here, I'm afraid he wouldn't bother with you useless descendants of the creator realm, Suyu said coldly. Hearing this, the 7 of them relaxed. The other party wasn't ancient god Nine Dragon's true body. After a moment of panic, he carefully thought about it and realized that it made sense. Just what sort of world-shaking figure was ancient god Nine Dragon's true body? Why would he come to a small upper palace? Why would he be willing to help them purify the moon water? Who are you? Yarrow Guang's expression didn't change. Even if he wasn't the ancient god Jolong, he was still able to trigger one of the 8 supreme being domains, so there was a high chance that he was the ancient god Jolong's successor or descendant. Suyu drew a line on his body with his finger, and all the 8-colored light gathered at his fingertip. Who am I? Suyu said indifferently. I am just a person who has done some research on the 8 great supremes domains. A little research? The light-shaking realm understood, but others might not. Luluor said, please explain your origins. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to let you go. Suyu cast a glance at her and said calmly, you're the descendant of the life divine master, right? He flicked his finger, and a green speck of light flew out of the 8-colored ring of light on his fingertip. The speck of light fell to the ground and immediately formed a green statue. Isn't that Luluor's immortal domain? The others were shocked. The most unique aspect of Luluor's life domain was her undying body. Once he used it, he would be able to resurrect on the spot if he died. But how could Suyu know? Who are you? The descendant of the reincarnation master asked. Suyu glanced at him and flicked his finger again. 6 doors of different colors entered everyone's eyes. The 6 doors rotated, faintly creating a mysterious relationship of cause and effect in the reincarnation of all things. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed again. The Karma reincarnation domain of listening path. Then, Suyu flicked all the specks of light in his hand. Every one of them clearly displayed the characteristics of the domains of the 7 people present. This caused them to fall into a state of great shock and confusion. Even the descendants of the ancient god Jolong couldn't master the domains that were unique to their bloodlines. There was a slight difference between the sovereign domain and the sovereign domain. For example, they were both domains of fate. Yarrow Guang's domain of fate focused on divination, while Suyu's domain focused on changing fate. Who am I? I am just a person who has done some research on the 8 great domains, Suyu said casually. His expression was relaxed. But, on the inside, he was sweating profusely. Suyu's heart sank when the 8 great supreme being domains erupted without any warning. However, he was quick-witted and deliberately imitated the domains of the descendants of the 7 masters to get away with it. How did you do your research? Luluor was shocked. Her unique undying domain had been learned by someone else. How could she accept it? I understood at a glance. Suyu stared at Luluor calmly. It's just the 8 great domains. It's no big deal. Hiss. Wasn't his tone a little too arrogant? The 8 great supremes domains were the ultimate of all domains in the world. How could he say it was no big deal? But they couldn't refute him. This was because Suyu had indeed displayed the unique supreme realm that they were so proud of easily. They couldn't decide for a moment. How should they face this person next? Should they fight or make peace? They couldn't help but look at Yarrow Guang. Yarrow Guang's heart trembled. He finally believed Suyu's word. He came from the Tao Abyss. He came from the most mysterious place in the world. Only someone from there could underestimate the supreme domain and do something as nature-defying as imitating everyone else's domains. Since you are no match for the masters, I apologize to you on behalf of the members of the upper palace. Yarrow Guang cupped his fists and bowed. Suyu nodded. It's a small matter. Just don't be so reckless next time. The other descendants of the masters heaved a sigh of relief. If they really fought, it was hard to say whether they could suppress this mysterious person. But one person refused to let it go. Wait. There's still something we haven't confirmed, right? Luluor pursed her red lips and said stubbornly. The others felt their hearts skip a beat. Yes, their original purpose of coming here was to confirm whether Suyu was the murderer of the dead souls. Yarrow Guang hesitated for a moment, then turned to Yangran and asked, "Is it him?" If it was, then there would be a fierce battle between them. The gazes of the other 5 also turned to Yangran. The treasures hidden in their sleeves were ready to be used again. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, extremely nervous. As she raised her beautiful eyes, her gaze fell on Suyu. Under everyone's gaze, Yangran opened her red lips and said with certainty, "It's not him." Hearing this, everyone was completely relieved. All of them heaved a sigh of relief. Yarrow Guang discreetly wiped his palms on his clothes. His palms were already covered in cold sweat. He didn't want to make an enemy of the unfathomable Suyu. Fortunately, he wasn't the person Yangran pointed out. The one who killed the dead souls was someone else, not him, Yangran added. Chapter 26:17. I see. Yarrow Guang regained his composure, his body indescribably relaxed. He said with a smile, "Elder, it was just a false alarm, please don't take it to heart." Suyu stared at Yangran and took a deep look at her. He then looked at Yarrow Guang calmly and said, "The hot spring has been purified." Yarrow Guang's eyes flashed with anticipation as he asked, "May I ask, Elder, how much was purified?" There were so many impurities, and Yarrow Guang would be very satisfied to be able to purify 30%. Why don't you go and see for yourself? Su Yu moved away, making way for the entrance behind him. Yarrow Guang exchanged glances with the others, then entered the seal. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked inside. It was completely purified. Oh my God! It was 100% purified, they said in disbelief. What followed was a huge surprise. Such a clear pulse cleansing divine marrow was enough to strengthen the power of their bloodlines. Of course, they could clearly see that at least a tenth of the pulse cleansing divine marrow was gone. But no one mentioned it. Compared to the complete purification of the moon water, the portion that was lost was negligible. Perhaps it was a necessary loss during the purification process. Yarrow Guang hid his surprise and returned to the outside world. He bowed deeply to Su Yu. Elder, the upper palace of the time realm will never forget your kindness. It was nothing, Su Yu said calmly. Yarrow Guang wanted to befriend him, so he said, I will hold a celebratory banquet. I hope you will honor me with your presence. The rest of the descendants of the rulers walked out, their minds racing. Such a mysterious expert was capable of accomplishing things that not even sovereigns were capable of. It would be foolish not to befriend him as soon as possible. Yes, Elder, we will never be able to repay your kindness. Please honor me with your presence at the celebratory banquet. Su Yu declined several times before he couldn't help but say, fine. Thus, under Yarrow Guang's orders, the servants quickly began to prepare the celebratory banquet. I will go back and rest for a while. I will come back later. The banquet was still in preparation, so Su Yu had to return to the guest room. Yarrow Guang and the others nodded. Su Yu walked back to the guest room alone, but suddenly stopped halfway. Without turning his head, he said, Come out, we have been following you all the way. Crash! A series of rustling sounds could be heard as several fallen leaves fell from a big tree behind Su Yu. An emerald green light gushed out of the leaf and condensed into a human figure, which then appeared in front of Su Yu. It was Luluor. Her pretty face was filled with coldness, and her bright eyes were staring straight at Su Yu. One could see traces of stubbornness in his expression. It's you. What's the matter? Su Yu asked calmly. Luluor enunciated each word clearly. You're the murderer. Su Yu asked calmly. Your companions should have already confirmed that I'm not the murderer, so why do you have to frame me? However, Luluor was certain. Dead Soul has mastered the Dead Soul domain. He can't be killed by any means. In the entire Upper Palace, apart from Dead Soul himself, Luluor was the nemesis of the Death Domain. In the entire Upper Palace, there are only 3 people who can kill him. One is Brother Yarrow Guang, one is me, and the last one is you. It can't be me or Brother Yarrow Guang. It can only be you. Su Yu's expression was calm, and there was no emotion on his face. He looked at Luluor and shook his head slightly. You know nothing about the 8 great domains. The life domain and the destiny domain aren't the only things that can kill someone with the death domain, Su Yu said. Luluor's eyes were still wide open, as if telling Su Yu with her eyes that she didn't believe him. Watch closely. Su Yu waved his hand, and the Dead Soul materialized. Seeing the lifelike Dead Soul, Luluor hurriedly retreated in fear. Dead Soul? No, not Dead Soul. She was the master of the life domain, and she could clearly sense the Dead Soul in front of her, whether it was real or fake. Su Yu flicked his finger, and the time domain appeared. The time domain rapidly retreated, and the Dead Soul was wiped out from the world. Then came the space domain, which broke down the Dead Soul into the most primitive space particles in the world. Then came the Soul domain. The 8 great domains were at Su Yu's fingertips, and each domain had the ability to kill souls. Luluor was dumbfounded. She had thought that only the life domain could restrain the death domain and kill the master of the death domain. But in the end, any one of them was possible. This, Su Yu said calmly, do you understand now? Anyone in the Upper Palace could kill a dead soul. Luluor's face turned red. Just as Su Yu had said, she knew nothing about the 8 great supreme domains. Luluor knew that she had wrongly accused someone, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. She turned her head away and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I'm sorry. Su Yu smiled indifferently. I don't blame you. You were just thinking of your companion. Luluor stole a glance at Su Yu. Won't you be angry? Won't you tell brother Yarrow Guang? She was afraid that Yarrow Guang would punish her for this. Yarrow Guang really respected Su Yu. No, Su Yu said. You had good intentions. Hearing that, Luluor felt relieved. When she looked at Su Yu again, she couldn't help but feel that he was much more pleasing to the eye. Thank you, Luluor said awkwardly, twisting her fingers together. Su Yu said, I have studied your life domain, and I feel that there is room for improvement. Try to digest these insights. He tapped his index finger, and a shred of insight entered Luluor's mind. Luluor digested it on the spot. The more she felt, the more she realized how extraordinary the insight was. This is the insight of a middle-level life domain, Luluor said happily. Her life domain had remained at a low level, and it was difficult for it to improve. Luluor was pleasantly surprised when she felt the massive amount of information in the insight. She could not suppress the joy on her face. She said gratefully, Thank you, Elder. Thank you for your guidance. Go. Your companions might be looking for you. Don't let them find out that you followed me, Su Yu said. Luluor was moved. What a generous and benevolent elder. Not only was he not angry that she had doubted him, he had even given her insight and covered it up for her. Luluor was ashamed as she recalled her actions. Elder, I am really sorry. If you need my help in the future, please let me know, Luluor said with a red face. Her good impression of Su Yu instantly reached its peak. Haha, it's fine. Luluor thanked him again before picking up her skirt and jogging back. Su Yu watched her leave, the smile on his face fading. I had asked you to come out, but I did not expect that little girl to come out, Su Yu said calmly to the air. Splash, the water in front of him rippled, and a beautiful, enchanting woman walked out. She was Yangran. Slap. Chapter 26:18. Su Yu said calmly, It's better than your hypocrisy, isn't it? His words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Outsiders could not understand. Only Yangran knew. She said with a smile, If I were honest, you would probably be in trouble now, right? She had seen Su Yu and Huang Fuyi kill the dead soul. But she had lied to her companions and betrayed them. That was why Su Yu said she was hypocritical. Tell me, what do you want from me? Su Yu said calmly, activating the silence in his sleeves. Yanran's smile grew wider. Elder, is this how you treat those who have helped you? She sensed that Su Yu was about to attack. She pointed at the air, and the space rippled like water. With just a thought, she could easily leave. Her space domain was not low, already at the middle level. It would be difficult for Su Yu to keep her here like he had killed the dead soul. Fine, give me a reason not to kill you, Su Yu said calmly. Yangran smiled. The answer is simple. I hope you can help me. I didn't point you out just now. Consider it a greeting gift. Su Yu looked at her. The fight for the Space Master hasn't started, right? Yangran shook her head. Not for me, but for Beiming City's Xiaohao. For him. Su Yu's eyes were filled with a cold light. Who are you to him? Su Yu pretended not to know. Yangran smiled. I am his partner. Just like how the Soul Master's descendant is helping the waning Moon Empress, we all have descendants who support us. Su Yu could imagine the exchange of benefits. Once the descendant they supported successfully became a master, they would also help the descendant become the master of the domain the descendant belonged to. Su Yu shook his head. My abilities are limited. I cannot help Xiaohao. He and Xiaohao had a life-and-death feud. There was no way he could help Xiaohao. Elder, you don't have to be humble. I have seen your abilities. Yangran was confident in his ability to purify the moon water. Su Yu muttered to himself irresolutely for some time. Due to certain reasons, I cannot directly participate in the fight between the descendants of the masters. Yanran's eyes lit up, and she said, Senior doesn't need to show yourself, and Xiaohao doesn't even need to know of your existence. Su Yu's face was filled with melancholy, and after a long while, he said, If you can give me enough things, I can consider it. Yangran was overjoyed. If Su Yu didn't want anything in return and just wanted to help her, she would have second thoughts. What does Senior want? Yang Ran asked. Su Yu pointed at Yang Ran's sleeves and said, I want a magical treasure that can accelerate time. He had the intention to reconstruct the evil traversing lotus seat, but the books he needed to comprehend were as many as the hairs on a cow. His own time acceleration domain was far from enough for him to understand the entire book in a short period of time. But Yang Ran was different. If he could get Xiaohao's time treasure, he might have a chance. What level? Yang Ran asked. Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, time acceleration of 10,000 times. 10,000? Sweetly Ran clicked her tongue. Only Xiaohao's protective magic treasure, which the chief sovereign of time personally bestowed upon him, can accelerate time at this level. But he can't hand it over to others. Now that the hegemonic lord's descendants were about to fight for the throne, any defensive treasure of the Heavendao Lord level would be extremely valuable. How could Xiaohao give it to others? This is the only thing I want. If he can't give it to me, then forget about it, Su Yu said decisively. Yang Ran looked troubled and said hesitantly, how about this? Senior, don't make a decision just yet. Let me find a chance to ask Xiaohao. Su Yu nodded. Sure. Yang Ran heaved a sigh of relief and said, all right. Senior, you may leave now. If you need any help during the banquet later, Yang Ran will do her best. A place to cooperate. Su Yu looked around and returned to the guest room. Standing at the door of the guest room, Su Yu glanced at the ground beneath his feet. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt as if there was an eye spying on everything on the ground. He pushed open the door and entered. Huang Fu Yi was secretly practicing the death domain in the guest room. Every time she practiced, she had to release the Heavenly Law Death Eye in her left eye. Stop practicing, Su Yu said. Huang Fu Yi didn't understand and immediately withdrew the Heavenly Law Death Eye. Su Yu closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. After a while, his expression turned serious. The feeling of being watched had disappeared. Staring at Huang Fu Yi's Heavenly Law Death Eye, Su Yu pondered. Could it be that Huang Fu Yi's Heavenly Law Death Eye had attracted an unknown being to spy on him? Try not to use the Heavenly Law Death Eye in the future, Su Yu warned. Huang Fu Yi scratched her head in confusion. Oh, okay. Not long after, the banquet began. The 7 descendants of the rulers gathered together and drank with Su Yu. They chatted harmoniously with one another. Among them, Luluor was the most eager to talk to Su Yu. Her face was slightly red, and she expressed her goodwill to Su Yu. Her attitude was completely different from before. Her actions attracted the attention of the descendants of the rulers. What had happened? Senior, what do you plan to do next? Yang Ran asked meaningfully. Why don't you stay in the upper palace? We will do our best to satisfy your needs. Yarrow Guang agreed. That's right, Senior. If you need anything, just call us. How could he have forgotten? The pulse-cleansing divine marrow had been purified, and Su Yu could leave at any time. It was only then that Su Yu understood that this was what Yang Ran meant by cooperation. Yes, I did come to the sacred city to do something, Su Yu said. I need to wait for half a year, for a special day. Yarrow Guang's heart skipped a beat, and he said, could it be that Senior is waiting for the 9 moons alignment? Half a year later, it would be the day when the 9 moons would appear. Yes. Su Yu did not hide anything. Yarrow Guang's expression became serious. Could it be that Senior has also heard the news? Su Yu's eyes flickered. Tell me about it. Alcade and the other sovereign descendants glanced at each other with serious expressions. Yesterday, we received news from the god's palace that one of the 4 protectors of ancient god Nine Nether, the Saint Demon, appeared for a brief period of time. The god suspects that he will come out and cause trouble when the 9 moons align. In the time domain that covered the entire time domain would only lose its effect when the 9 moons aligned. At that time, it might be the best time for the holy demon to appear without being discovered. Su Yu was shocked. That day, when he cultivated with the yin devil chi, he accidentally drew out the remnant soul of the holy devil. The time sovereign had sensed such a brief and weak change. As he thought about it, He could not help but be secretly shocked. The terror of the rulers was far beyond imagination. Chapter 26:19. The Juggernaut has already found out where the holy demon might be hiding and is currently assembling a group of experts. When the 9 moons align, the holy demon's hiding place will appear, and will charge in. We also plan to go there. Yarrow Guang looked at Su Yu. Elder, do you want to check it out? That's one of the protectors of the ancient god Nine Nether. He's been hiding in the holy city for many years. Who knows how many ancient treasures he's left behind? Su Yu had originally wanted to find an excuse to sneak in with them. The light-shaking realm, on the other hand, gave him a way out. Fine, I'll follow you to see what's going on, Su Yu said. Yarrow Guang and the others were overjoyed. With an expert like Senior following them, this trip would naturally be much safer. The banquet ended in an exceptionally pleasant manner. However, in a certain courtyard, there was a gloomy expression. Mother, are we moving again? We just moved in. Su Cai followed Qin Xiana and Luo Shui, hurriedly leaving the house they had rented 3 days ago. Qin Xiana's face was filled with worry and helplessness. She said, "There is already an unknown person in front of our house. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Luo Shui's brows were knitted together in worry. She was the one who discovered the unknown person last night. Unlike in the past, Luo Shui noticed that the interval between them being discovered was becoming shorter and shorter. She was worried that the enemy had already locked onto their approximate trajectory. It was only a matter of time before they were found. Mother, why don't we ask Uncle Su for help? Su Cai suddenly thought of Su Yu, the kind-hearted human Uncle Su. Hearing this, Qin Xiana said, Cai, don't mention Uncle Su anymore. Our enemies are the subordinates of the Time Sovereign. No one can help us. Moreover, she did not trust this so-called Uncle Su at all. He even suspected that Uncle Su might be a subordinate of the Time Ruler. Otherwise, how could they have been discovered in just 3 days? Uncle Su is different, he is very powerful. Su Cai argued. The image of Su Yu casually killing the gang members was deeply imprinted in Su Xia's mind. Don't speak. Suddenly, Luo Shui stopped moving and gestured for him to keep quiet. That was because she had discovered something unusual. Qin Xiana also felt it, and her expression changed greatly. There are unknown experts searching nearby, Qin Xiana said. Just now, there was a gaze that swept past them, vaguely sweeping past them. Luo Shui's face darkened. You guys go first. I'll stay. They had been discovered. There was no need to rely on luck. Only when one person stayed behind to attract attention could the others find a chance to escape successfully. Shui. Qin Xiana couldn't bear it anymore. He did not know how strong the enemy was, but he could imagine that it must be very powerful. Once she stayed, it was hard to say whether she would live or die. Let's go quickly. At least let Su Yu see his daughter. Luo Shui sighed. That was all she could do. Qin Xiana was moved. She felt that perhaps Su Yu owed Luo Shui a favor that he could never repay. Be careful. Qin Xiana bit her red lips as she endured the pain and left with Su Cai. Luo Shui stayed where he was. Not long after, a terrifying aura and rapid speed arrived in the blink of an eye. It was Void Nirvana Realm Master Shen Dao, dressed in the uniform of the Palace of Sovereigns. Just now, his gaze swept across this place. Only you? Master Shen Dao had 3 eyes, and he asked in unison. Luo Shui did not say a word. She performed the wizard technique with trembling hands. How many years has it been? You have never given up. Today, we will perish together. Sky-splitting cosmos style. The sky-splitting cosmos style was a top-secret legacy that was far superior to the sky-splitting yin-yang style. It was a legacy divine technique left behind by the wizard ancestor in the 9 Dragons' ancient god realm. Unfortunately, Luo Shui's strength was still too low, and she could not fully display the power of this technique. Insignificant skill. In front of the Void Nirvana realm, Luo Shui was vulnerable. The latter casually flicked his finger and sent Luo Shui flying. Without waiting for her to stabilize herself, Master Shen Dao took a step forward and pressed her to the ground with an extremely powerful mysterious path power. Puff. Under the tremendous force, Luo Shui vomited blood. The bright red blood stained her white robe. Master Shen Dao looked at Luo Shui for a moment, then shook his head slightly. It's not you. Tell me, where is the child? For more than 10 years, the Time Master had been paying attention to the strange phenomenon of the 9-colored radiance. He had also sent a group of guards to capture as many people as they could. After more than 10 years of investigation, the guards were able to confirm that the 9-colored radiance was related to a human girl. However, that girl and her 2 relatives were extremely cunning. Every time they were about to find them, the latter would immediately leave that area. Even after hiding in the Holy City for more than 10 years, they were still unable to find them. This time, they increased their search power and finally narrowed the area they were hiding in to a small area. Now, as expected, they made a huge discovery. Luo Shui gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. You think you'll be fine if you don't say anything? Naive. In front of the Void Nirvana Realm Master Shen Dao, there was no difference whether she spoke or not. He pointed at Luo Shui's head and began to search her soul. Luo Shui twitched in pain as the memories in her mind were coldly searched. A moment later, the Void Nirvana Realm Master Shen Dao revealed a look of joy. It really is that human girl. Take her to the prison of the Palace of Rulers. The Void Nirvana Realm Master Shen Dao quickly chased after Qinxiana and Su Cai. Qinxiana seemed to sense something. She faintly felt that something was wrong. Coming to a corner, Qinxiana put Su Cai down and said, Cai, run alone and don't look back. Do you understand? A lifelike black phoenix naturally appeared on Qinxiana's chest. Mother, I don't want to leave. Su Cai seemed to have a premonition of what was going to happen next and was extremely unwilling. Qinxiana squatted down and stroked her head lovingly. Cai, listen to me. If you run far away on your own for Mother's sake, then Mother can still fight with the other party. Do you understand? Su Cai bit her lip tightly. Her abilities were too weak and she would only be a hindrance by her mother's side. Cai, if one day you can find your father, tell him that I have never regretted it. Tears fell from Qinxiana's eyes. What did she not regret? She did not regret giving birth to a child for Su Yu. Even if it was because of this child that she was about to be killed. She did not regret anything in all of this. As long as it was for Su Yu, she would not regret it even if she was in a sea of bitterness. Su Cai's tears fell like rain as she felt an eternal farewell. At this moment, she hoped that someone could save her mother and their pitiful family. Suddenly, Su Cai seemed to have thought of something and said, Mother, hold on. After saying this, she ran away alone and hid in the dark to retrieve the jade pendant. This was what Su Yu had left for her. Chapter 2620. She believed that Su Yu would definitely come. There was no reason for that kind of trust. It was as if she was born with it. Uncle Su, please save my mother. Su Cai's voice was choked with sobs as she crushed the communication jade slip. Crack. The jade was broken. A silent wave quickly swept out, carrying Su Cai's only hope and her voice. It penetrated through space and reached an unknown place. She prayed in her heart, praying that Uncle Su would come immediately. She had to save her mother. As long as she could save her mother, even if she was captured or killed, she would have no regrets. Her mother had been working too hard all these years. She did not want to see her mother get hurt again. Under her gaze, the weak wave faded into the distance. She believed that once the message arrived, the kind Uncle Su would immediately appear. Puff. However, what made Su Cai's body stiffen and her eyes widen was, without any warning, a palm with aged skin and bulging veins stretched out from it. In a casual manner, he caught the wave that was about to leave into the distance in his palm. An old man with a gloomy smile slowly appeared. Hehe, do you still want to ask for help? The old man laughed hoarsely. His laughter was filled with the joy of a hunter who had forced his prey into a corner. 10 years. 10 years of relentless pursuit had finally come to an end. No. No. Su Cai murmured in her heart, clinging to the last shred of hope. She hoped that the old man would be confused and let go of the message. Although she knew it was impossible, when people were in despair, they would often have unrealistic illusions. Su Cai was no exception. Looking at the message in his palm, the old man grinned. To ask for help at a time of danger, this person must be very important to you. He should be with you, right? His palm slowly loosened, and the message reverberated once more. Should I lure the snake out of its hole and lure him here? The void nirvana old man sneered. Su Cai's heart thumped wildly. Her eyes widened as she stared at the old man's palm without blinking. Let go. Let go. You must let go. She prayed crazily in her heart, like a drowning person seeing a straw floating on the water. That was her last shred of hope. Don't extinguish it. However, the old man suddenly clenched his hand, and the transmission talisman returned to his palm. He clenched his fists tightly. With a poof, the transmission was completely annihilated. They turned into sparkling and translucent spots of light that scattered in all directions. Hehe, I'm just kidding. Why would I do something superfluous? The old man laughed mockingly. His target was the little girl. If other people were to be drawn here, what if there was a mishap? The last trace of flame in Su Cai's heart suddenly extinguished, and she slumped to the ground, her mind completely blank. It's over. It was really over. No one could save them now. Caia, hurry up and leave. Xiana's expression was cold, and a murderous aura, which had been hidden for a long time, surrounded her body. It was the murderous aura she had cultivated when she was still in the Shura civilization. However, it had been a long time since he had used it. The little black phoenix on her shoulder seemed to have sensed Xiana's state of mind and cried out continuously. Little girl, be obedient and come with me. You won't be able to escape. The old man waved his hand and all the Xian energy in the world suddenly gathered. It condensed into a giant palm that was 1,000 feet wide in the sky and grabbed toward where Su Cai was. Yellow Springs Phoenix Song. Xiana pounced over, and the phoenix on her shoulder immediately let out a sharp cry. The cry pierced through the world and instantly destroyed the palm formed by Xian energy. The remaining sharp cry flew into the sky and landed on the old man's body. However, how could Master Xian Dao, who was at the Void Nirvana realm, be attacked by the Black Phoenix? It wasn't even able to break through his Xian energy armor. It only left behind a faint ripple before the sound wave attack shattered it. The old man looked deeply at the little black phoenix, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, he couldn't remember where. I'll deal with you later. The space around the old man fluctuated. This was because his movement technique was extremely fast, allowing him to break through the barrier of space. He had already arrived before Su Cai. Xiana's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she screamed crazily, "Don't touch her!" Boom! The black phoenix suddenly exploded and turned into a giant ball of black flames that attached itself to Xiana's body. From afar, Xiana looked like she was covered in hellfire and had walked out from the endless netherworld. As the black flames spread out, her graceful figure became hazy and faintly discernible. Only her eyes were filled with anger and endless coldness. Whoosh! In the next instant, the flames became even more intense. Xiana, who was originally far away, appeared in front of Su Cai at an astonishing speed and blocked the old man. A part of the surging black flames separated and turned into an incomparably black halberd. Kai! The halberd instantly stabbed out and collided with the old man's palm. With a whoosh, the halberd and spear suffered a fierce attack and returned to their original form, turning into a ball of black flames. The old man's palm was slightly pierced. Hiss! The old man withdrew his hand in pain and looked at Xiana with a hint of shock. After looking for a while, the old man seemed to remember something, and his expression changed. A heaven-shaking ecstasy appeared on his face, causing the muscles on his face to tremble. 9 Darkness Divine Flame. That phoenix is the sacred artifact of ancient god 9 Darkness, the 9 Darkness Divine Flame. The old man couldn't help but shout. He found it strange that the small black phoenix was so familiar. It turned out that he had once accidentally seen some information on ancient god 9 Darkness. It was said that the sacred artifact of ancient god Nine Darkness was a divine flame that appeared when the world was created. This flame could incinerate everything in the world. Even the stone-feeder's son of heaven could be burned to death when facing this flame. It could be said that the Nine Darkness divine flame was the #1 divine flame in the world. It was just that he hadn't been able to recognize its phoenix form. Now that he saw the black phoenix turn into black flames, he finally remembered. His gaze moved from Su Xiao'er to Qin Xiana, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Ancient god Nine Darkness's successor, or perhaps an ancient god's descendant. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. It had to be known that the time god was willing to pay any price to protect ancient god Nine Darkness. What more a successor or descendant of ancient god Nine Darkness? If he could bring her back, the reward he would receive would be unimaginable. The time god might even bestow him with endless time acceleration, allowing him to break into the Nirvana Void Realm, or even break into the Downlord Realm. The old man was wild with joy when he thought of this. I'm going to take both you mother and daughter with me. The old man laughed wildly as he reached out with his palms, each one aimed at a person. Qin Xiana's expression was extremely gloomy. She was abnormally unfamiliar with the use of ancient god treasures, so she couldn't bring out the power a treasure should have. Nine Darkness Sky Seal. Qin Xiana clenched her teeth and forcefully activated a divine art that she wasn't familiar with. Chapter 26-21. There were hundreds of heavenly book characters carved on the runes. Whoosh, the runes pressed forward, and the two palm prints that the old man had conjured were crushed on the spot. The runes did not slow down and headed straight for the old man. The old man felt a chill in his heart as he sensed the danger contained in the runes. He hurriedly displayed his domain. "Mph, you're just a yellow pathmaster. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lightning flashed and thunder roared in his domain. Countless bolts of lightning fell like a violent storm, bombarding the runes that were sweeping over. But the runes were very strong. They ignored the domain and pressed forward, hitting the old man. When they touched the old man's body, he let out a miserable cry. His pathmaster body was emitting waves of white eyes. It was like raw meat being roasted on charcoal. The runes took this opportunity to wrap around the old man, and with an extremely sharp momentum, they inflicted serious damage on him. The old man finally panicked and used all his strength to struggle. But it was to no avail. The runes did not move at all, as if they would not stop until the old man was burnt to ashes. Screams reverberated across the universe. The old man's body was charred, and even his soul was burnt. He was about to be killed. However, the runes suddenly flickered and then quickly dimmed. Qin Xiana could not control the ancient god artifact. It was not easy for her to control it for so long. The old man took the chance and roared, forcefully shaking the runes away. The runes creaked and finally shattered. The old man let out a long breath. His eyes were still filled with fear. After all, he was the heir or descendant of the ancient god, and he took my ancient god artifact. It was too terrifying. He had been too careless. He looked up and stared at Qin Xiana, whose face was pale and body was trembling. His eyes were cold. Qin Xiana had forcefully used the runes just now, and it had also caused great damage to her. Luckily, your foundation is not stable. Otherwise, you would have failed miserably today. The old man's eyes were cold and he still had some lingering fear. He really had to be glad that Qin Xiana's foundation was too weak. Otherwise, thinking to this point, the old man's face was filled with viciousness. He raised his hand and threw a flying knife. It was a Dao artifact that he had personally refined. It was more than enough to kill Yellow Pathmaster, who, the divine fire of the 9 underworlds automatically protected him, condensing into an armor around his body to block the flying dagger. However, this attack was the full power of a void nirvana cultivator. It was not something that Qin Xiana could easily defend against. With a puff, the 9 serenities' divine flame was penetrated. The Dao artifact flying dagger, with an incomparably sharp glow, pierced through everything and pierced into the 9 serenities' divine flame's chest. With a soft groan, Qin Xiana was sent flying. His lungs were injured, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Sparkling and translucent blood-colored pearls floated in the air, reflecting Su Cai's despairing and crying face. "Mother!" Su Cai screamed and rushed over. Upper Palace. The group of rulers happily toasted Su Yu. Su Yu smiled and responded to them one by one. Suddenly, when he raised his wine cup, his palm suddenly trembled for no reason. Inadvertently, a trace of power leaked out, causing cracks to appear on the wine cup. The descendants of the hegemons stared blankly for a moment, but they didn't mind. Yarrow Guang smiled and said, "Someone, get me another good wine cup." "Hold on," Su Yu said slowly. He stared at the broken wine cup in his palm, deep in thought. Why would his palm tremble for no reason? Moreover, the crisscrossing cracks on the wine cup had strangely formed the word save. Su Yu thought he had seen wrongly, but upon closer inspection, the cracks had indeed formed the word save. What happened? Su Yu put down the wine cup. His palm brushed over the top of the wine cup, imperceptibly displaying the fate realm, peeking into the changes of fate in this world that were closely related to him. However, the wine in the cup was like a mirror, reflecting many scenes. All of a sudden, the image flashed, and a crying girl appeared. The image was fixed at the moment when the girl was begging Su Yu for help. The shape of her mouth was the word save. It was exactly the same as the cracks on the wine cup. Su Yu was shocked. She didn't use the communication jade charm, but she could transmit her thoughts to me. Is this girl proficient in the fate realm? Only the fate realm could transmit thoughts from such a long distance. Just like before the great battle with the sinful lady, Xia Jingyu used fate to transmit a message to Su Yu. "Senior, what's going on? Do you need our help?" Yarrow Guang saw that Su Yu's expression was not right and asked hurriedly. Su Yu shook his head and put down the wine cup. The shadow of the knife dissipated in an instant. "You guys continue eating, I'll come back after I kill someone," Su Yu said lightly. He wondered if it was because he hadn't completely wiped out the gang back then, so the little girl had been targeted by those forces again. The rulers looked at each other in dismay. Why did Su Yu suddenly want to kill someone while he was having a good meal? However, the person he wanted to kill couldn't be a small fry, could he? As they thought of this, the rulers were filled with awe. Su Yu was indeed a senior. He could kill a strong man with such ease. When he finished speaking, Su Yu closed his eyes, and the endless lines of fate circled in his mind. Among them, the lines of fate concerning the little girl quickly appeared. Following the lines of fate, Su Yu locked onto her position. When he opened his eyes, the space realm around him was activated. In the blink of an eye, the world was spinning. He arrived at a desolate place. Before he could get a clear view of his surroundings, he heard a sorrowful cry. Su Yu glanced sideways and saw that it was indeed a little girl. An old man of the Void Nirvana realm was reaching out with his giant palm, ready to capture the little girl alive. However, Su Yu's arrival shocked the old man, and he looked back in horror. He clearly sensed a powerful space realm. "The Time Master is handling a matter. Please leave the upper palace," the old man said calmly. The upper palace had no conflict of interest with the Time Master, and they even had to rely on the Time Master. Su Yu had put on his bamboo hat again. Under the cover, his eyes were calm and emotionless. "I have a good impression of that little girl. You didn't ask me for my permission to hurt her, did you?" Su Yu said lightly. The old man was on guard, and said coldly, "This is something that the Time Master personally instructed me to do. Your Excellency, you really shouldn't meddle in other people's business." Why did it sound like he was up to no good from his tone? "I really am going to meddle in this." Su Yu raised his hand, and the fiery red jade seal appeared in his palm. With the activation of 10 million time crystals, the fiery red jade seal was immediately activated. The old man was so frightened that his eyebrows twitched wildly. As he fled into the distance, he shouted, "Are you crazy?" Su Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he threw the jade seal directly. With a flash of fire, the old man was incinerated on the spot, and not even ashes were left. If the other party was a member of the faction, Su Yu would not have used such a fierce method. But who asked him to be the Time Master? If he dilly-dallied and escaped, it would not be good to alert the Time Master. "Ah, Uncle Su." Su Xiaoya only came back to her senses after a while. Because the time between Su Yu's appearance and killing the old man was too short, she did not understand what had happened. It's all right, I'm leaving. Su Yu turned around calmly, and was about to activate the space realm to return. Chapter 26-22. Su Yu furrowed his brows slightly. He had come to rescue Su Xiaoya, which was already very kind. Why was she still not satisfied? However, looking at the crying Su Xiaoya, Su Yu had a strange feeling that he couldn't refuse. Fine, I'll help her to the end, Su Yu sighed. He didn't understand why he was so kind. In the past, he wouldn't have come here to kill a girl he didn't know. He wouldn't have agreed to her endless demands. Su Yu walked over with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at the girl in Su Xiaoya's arms. The girl's body was covered by the black divine fire of the 9 serenities. He couldn't see her face or sense her breath. He could only vaguely see her extremely thin body. She was so thin and delicate that it made people feel sorry for her. On his chest, there was a clear and huge wound. Traces of blood kept flowing out from it. When it came into contact with the black divine fire of the 9 serenities, it was immediately burned into bursts of pungent smoke. Fortunately, the injury isn't serious. Su Yu roughly judged after a glance. Su Xiaoya whimpered, but why did mother fall into a coma? That's because she used some secret technique that overloaded her body. Her body was overdrawn, and she was attacked by the Void Nirvana Pathmaster, so she naturally fell into a coma. As he spoke, Su Yu walked over and squatted in front of the girl. His palm slowly moved forward, and from a distance of 3 feet, a stream of pure life force entered the girl's wound. The serious wound began to heal immediately. The bleeding stopped slowly. At the same time, because of the infusion of life force, the girl gradually woke up. She slowly opened her eyes. Su Xiaoya was crying, and her face was overflowing with a joyful smile. Shifting his gaze again, he saw an expert 3 feet away, and the mysterious bamboo hat man was right in front of him. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was startled. Mistaking it for a guard of the Time Master, she subconsciously attacked. A divine fire of the 9 serenities gushed out from a close distance. Fortunately, Su Yu was always on guard, even when he was saving people. Without any hesitation, Zhongxian unleashed a time domain. Freeze. The divine fire of the 9 serenities was extremely powerful. In just a moment, it burned through the time realm and sprayed out again. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu calmly retreated, keeping a safe distance. He was a little displeased. Your Excellency, I didn't come all the way here to save you, and I don't expect any thanks, but you don't have to treat me like this, do you? Su Yu asked calmly. Due to his status, he had purposely lowered his voice. Those who were familiar with him would not be able to recognize him. Qin Xiana stood up slowly and looked at Su Yu. The hostility in her eyes didn't weaken, but became even stronger. Mother, what are you doing? This is Uncle Su. He saved Mother. Su Xiaoya couldn't help but complain when she saw the two of them suddenly drawing their swords. How could Mom treat Uncle Su like this? Xiaoya, get back. Qin Xiana looked at Su Yu coldly and said, Mother taught you that people's hearts are unfathomable and that you shouldn't trust people so easily. Now, it really came true. What did it come true? Su Xiaoya felt that her mother was being unreasonable. It was clearly Uncle Su who saved her mother. How could he say such things? Speak. Which descendant of the Time Chief Sovereign are you? Qin Xiana said coldly, gathering the 9 serenities' divine fire around her with great difficulty. Su Yu replied calmly, I'm not a descendant of the Time Master. Qin Xiana snorted and said, Don't quibble. My husband has experienced many of your tricks, and he has already seen through them. She mistakenly thought that Su Yu was proficient in the domain of time, so he must be a descendant of the Time Chief Sovereign. She had long been suspicious of the Uncle Su mentioned by Su Xiaoya. What kind of person would be so nice to Su Xiaoya for no reason? Not only did he give her the time crystal, but he also helped her solve the gang's pursuit. Now that she saw it clearly, her heart was like a mirror. He must be putting on a show. The Time Chief first sent evil men to kill them and their mother. Then, Uncle Su jumped out and saved them in a time of crisis. In this way, Uncle Su could win their favor and carry out the next step of the plan. When Su Yu was still alive, he had experienced many plots in the world. Qinxiana had been by his side, and she had been influenced by him, so she was far more vigilant against all kinds of plots than others. Su Yu was a little angry. This woman was she being overly cautious, or was she being unreasonable? You can think whatever you want, Su Yu said indifferently. Then, he looked at Su Xiao'er and said, our fate has come to an end. Take care of yourself in the future. Su Xiao'er immediately broke free from Qinxiana. She didn't know why she didn't want Su Yu to misunderstand her. She hurriedly ran over and said, Uncle Su, I'm sorry. My mother didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. Xiao'er, come back. Qinxiana said angrily. How could this child be so stupid? She had already made it very clear that this was the enemy's trick. She took a step forward and grabbed Su Xiao'er, who was approaching Su Yu. At the same time, she summoned a wisp of the divine fire of the nine nether in an attempt to force Su Yu back. Su Yu laughed angrily. He wasn't a clay bodhisattva. It was bad enough that he was attacked by this woman once, but she was going to attack him again. You woman. Su Yu waved his hand casually, and a wave of the void nirvana realm's mysterious energy turned into a hurricane. Although Su Xiao'er's divine fire of the nine nether was ferocious, it had already been consumed when she fought the old man. There was only a faint wisp left. How could it withstand Su Yu's mysterious energy? The divine fire of the nine nether, as well as the divine fire of the nine nether attached to Qinxiana's body, were all swept away in an instant. It was only when they were far away that they managed to reform into a black phoenix. The little black phoenix chirped angrily, as if it was complaining about Su Yu. Huh! Seeing the little black phoenix, Su Yu's pupils shrank. Wasn't that little black phoenix the ancient god of the nine nether's treasure? As if he had thought of something, his heart skipped a beat. Then, his eyes shot toward the woman like lightning. The divine fire of the nine nether on the surface of her body was swept away, revealing her true appearance. When his eyes fixed on that cold, beautiful face, Su Yu felt as if he had been bombarded by thousands of lightning bolts, and his whole body trembled violently. He stood there, staring unblinkingly at the beautiful face that was like a wild fox fairy. Her face was still the same, just like when Su Yu had seen her many years ago in a small mountain on Shenyu Island. However, compared to that time had taken away the childishness on her face, leaving behind a mature charm. It had taken away the naivety, leaving behind the vicissitudes of life and persistence. At this moment, Su Yu felt as if his soul was trembling uncontrollably. Her lips were trembling incessantly. The person she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, but she just couldn't call out his name. It was as if she was afraid that if she called out, the figure would disappear like a dream. Qinxiana felt the strange gaze from under the bamboo hat, and she felt disgusted. She knew that it was her astonishing beauty that had attracted the attention of the other party. Xiao'er, let's go. Qinxiana grabbed Su Xiao'er and prepared to escape. Chapter 26-23. His figure flashed like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Qinxiana. Qinxiana was shocked, and without thinking, she struck him with her palm. But how fast was Su Yu's reaction? He gently grasped her wrist with one hand. His other hand wrapped around Qinxiana's slender waist. Then, he pulled her into his embrace. Qinxiana was shocked and furious by his sudden action, and she angrily rebuked, shameless. She struggled with all her strength, her eyes filled with disgust and anger. Her body belonged to Su Yu alone, and no one else was allowed to touch it. But to Qinxiana's surprise, Su Yu took off his bamboo hat. Before Qinxiana could see his face clearly, he leaned over and kissed her red lips deeply. His strength was immense. It was as if he wanted to melt her. He hugged her deeply and kissed her forcefully, as if he wanted the two of them to become one. Qinxiana's mind buzzed with anger. A great grief and indignation burned in her heart like a raging fire. She had been kissed by someone other than Su Yu. Amidst her boundless anger, something in Qinxiana's body seemed to have been activated. The divine fire of the nine serenities, which had already dissipated, gushed out from her blood. The tyrannical divine fire immediately bounced Suyu away. Qin Xiana's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as well as a hint of madness. "I'll kill you." However, when she looked up and saw his face clearly, Qin Xiana was stunned. Her hysterical murderous shout was still reverberating in the air, but she was standing there motionless. All the anger in her beautiful eyes had dissipated, replaced by endless shock. She looked at the person in front of her without blinking. Silver hair, a handsome face, a pair of eyes that couldn't be more familiar, and a smile that she had dreamed of countless times. If that wasn't her husband, Su Yu, who else could it be? "Brother Yu?" Qin Xiana said in disbelief. It had been decades since they last met, and she had never thought that she would one day meet Su Yu in such a way. Everything had happened so suddenly, so happily, that she didn't know what to do. Su Yu shook off the burnt clothes on his chest, and walked forward with a smile on his face. Without saying a word, he pulled Qin Xiana into his embrace, and kissed her deeply. It was extremely forceful, as if it wanted to glue the two of them together. Qin Xiana was so happy that she started crying. She extended her snow-white arms and hooked them around Su Yu's neck, then took the initiative to give him a deep kiss. They forgot about the sky, the earth, and time and space. In their eyes, in their hearts, there was only each other in front of them. Until their forgotten daughter opened her eyes wide and murmured in disbelief, "Uncle Su, Mom." There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. There was gratitude toward Su Yu, anger toward Su Yu, and even more anger toward his mother. It was only then that Su Yu and Qin Xiana came back to their senses. As her lips parted, Qin Xiana's face flushed red. However, the two of them were still unable to separate their eyes. They continued to look deeply into each other's eyes. "Mother, how could you do this? How can you face your father?" Su Xiao's eyes were filled with indescribable anger. She felt that it was incomprehensible. How could his mother, who was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, be so shameless? She actually took the initiative to do such a thing with someone other than her father. Qin Xiana's face turned red. Just as she was about to explain, Su Xiao glared at Su Yu and said, "Uncle Su, although you saved my mother and my life, please don't touch my mother." She was extremely disappointed and sad. Why has my mother become such a person? It shouldn't have happened. My mother has missed my father for so many years, and she has never complained. So, why has she become so unbearable after meeting Uncle Su? Su Yu was startled, and he looked at Su Xiao. After a long while, he asked in disbelief, "Xiana, is she our child?" Qin Xiana suddenly burst into tears. She was happy, sad, and relieved. She nodded and said, "Yes, she is Xiao. Su Xiao is our child." She had persisted for so many years because she wanted Su Yu to see a healthy child. Now, her wish had finally come true. Su Yu already had an answer in his heart, but it was only when he heard it from Qin Xiana's mouth that he felt at ease. He looked at Su Xiao and squatted down to look at her. His heart was filled with an indescribable tenderness. It was no wonder that he had such a good impression of Su Xiao when they first met. It was no wonder that Su Xiao's cry for help could reach him. It was no wonder that he couldn't get angry at Su Xiao. It turned out that she was his daughter. Was it fate, or was it the will of the heavens? He could have reunited with them earlier, but he had delayed it until today. When Su Xiao heard their conversation, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Su Yu. She was like a wooden stake that couldn't budge. "Is Uncle Su the father that I have never met?" She had imagined countless scenes of reuniting with her father. In her imagination, she would scold her irresponsible father for abandoning her and her mother. In her imagination, she would sever all ties with her father and stop interacting with him. She would make him regret it for the rest of his life. However, she had never imagined that she would reunite with her father in such a way. In her mind, her heartless and cruel father was actually Uncle Su, who was kind and generous and had saved her from danger many times. This was the complete opposite of the father she had imagined. She looked at Su Yu in a daze, unable to say anything. She liked and relied on Uncle Su a lot, and she had an indescribable sense of trust in him. However, as for her father, she rejected him from the bottom of her heart. When the two of them merged into one, Su Xiaoya felt that she couldn't face him. Her feelings at this moment were simply too complicated. Continue to hate me. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Su Yu extended his hand and stroked her head. His voice was calm and gentle. Su Xiaoya raised her hand and wanted to slap his hand away. However, when she was in midair, she quietly withdrew her hand. Su Yu's words had caused the hatred in her heart to subside. Perhaps it was just as her mother had said. All these years, her father also had his own difficulties. I'm fine. As long as you're happy, it's fine. Su Xiaoya looked at her mother. For the first time in more than 10 years, her cold face was filled with happiness and a smile. Su Yu looked at Su Xiaoya deeply, his heart also feeling complicated. How could he make up for the lack of fatherly love that he had lost for more than 10 years? All of a sudden, several tyrannical auras appeared and rapidly closed in. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Let's talk somewhere else. With a wave of his hand, the mother and daughter were swept away. After a few breaths, 4 or 5 strong men arrived. None of their cultivation was lower than the old man's. They were at least at the void nirvana stage. There were even strong men at the nirvana void stage. Gone. The old man at the later stage of nirvana void narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "That guy, Crow Q, sent us a message before he died. He should be nearby." The group of people searched around but found nothing. Report to the master immediately. The descendant of the ancient god Juyu has appeared. It's time to search the entire sacred city at all cost. Chapter 26-24. Considering how much the Time Master valued the ancient god of Juyo, any search and capture operation was possible. In the upper palace, a ripple suddenly appeared in the guest room. Su Yu and his family appeared from it. Stay here for the time being. Try not to show your face in public in the future, Su Yu comforted them. The news that Qin Xiana was the successor of the ancient god of Juyo had probably been exposed. Based on Su Yu's understanding of the Time Master, Qin Xiana could not show her face easily. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where I am, Qin Xiana said. Su Yu looked at Qin Xiana deeply, his heart full of tenderness. Then he looked at Su Xiaoya, a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. Their family was finally reunited. By the way, where is Luo Shui? Su Yu asked. He had asked Luo Shui to protect Qin Xiana, so why was she nowhere to be seen? Qin Xiana's face stiffened, and she said in a low voice, Shui. She might have met with misfortune. She fell from her deep happiness back to her heaviness. Su Xiaoya said with red eyes, Aunt Shui stayed behind to stop the enemy to protect us, but she never chased after us. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He stood where he was and slowly closed his eyes. A sense of destiny reverberated in front of him, one of which was Luo Shui. The ups and downs of her destiny indicated great danger. Opening his eyes, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she is not dead, but her situation is not good. Luo Shui was most likely captured by the Time Master's people. Qin Xiana held Su Yu's arm and bit her red lips. She said, Brother Yu, Shui has always kept your promise. She has never left you, and she treats Xiaoya like her own daughter. Our family owes her so much. As a woman, she understood Luo Shui's feelings. She had kept her promise for more than 10 years, not for money or fame. What was it for? Love, of course. Now, her life was in danger because of this word. Qin Xiana felt extremely guilty. Su Xiaoya bit her lips tightly. She did not want to beg Su Yu, but now she could only choke with sobs. Su. Father, please save Aunt Shui. If anything happened to Luo Shui, Su Xiaoya would feel the most guilty. Other than her mother, Luo Shui was the person who treated her the best. In her heart, Luo Shui's position was not much lower than her mother's. And she had fallen into the enemy's hands because of him. I know, don't be sad. Su Yu stroked her head and said, Your Aunt Shui is my lifelong friend, and even if you didn't ask me, I would still save her at all costs. Qin Xiana was holding Su Yu's arm, and it could be clearly felt that her body was trembling. It was worry. It will be difficult to rescue them. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to rescue someone from the hands of the time ruler. If he was not careful, he might even lose his life. I will make a detailed decision. All of you should rest here and avoid going out, Suyu reminded them. After comforting them, Suyu returned to the banquet. Senior, you're finally back. Yarrow Guang and the others were surprised. Suyu had returned so quickly. Who did he kill? Suyu nodded calmly and asked, which one of you is most familiar with the Time Master? Everyone looked at each other. Yarrow Guang pondered for a moment and said, I wonder what Senior is asking about. None of them were familiar with the Time Sovereign. The Time Sovereign was in seclusion all year round and rarely showed his face. Even if they were the descendants of other sovereigns, they had only seen the Time Sovereign once in the Time Realm. After thinking for a while, Suyu said, to be honest, one of my friends was captured by the Time Sovereign's people. Everyone's faces changed slightly. Senior, do you want to rescue them? Yarrow Guang and the others did not feel hostile towards Suyu because of this. Among the people that the Time Sovereign had captured over the years, there were many ordinary people who were on good terms with them. Therefore, it was not strange at all. Well, do you know where the people who are captured are usually kept? Suyu asked. Yarrow Guang's face darkened, and he shook his head slowly. Senior, I advise you to give up and stop thinking about rescuing them. The other descendants of the sovereigns nodded, and their eyes were full of fear. If you know anything or can help me in any way, please don't hesitate to tell me. Suyu clenched his palm, and 8 different realms of comprehension appeared in his palm. If it is useful, I can point out the flaws in your realms. Luluor was the one who benefited the most from this. She quickly said, Senior, the people that the Time Sovereign captured are divided into 2 types, the ones that he doesn't value, and the ones that he values. I don't know which type your friend belongs to. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. Was there a difference? The latter. Luluor shook her head slowly. Then, Senior, you really can give up. The enemies that the Time Sovereign doesn't value are probably under the custody of the 10 Great Guardians. The strength of those Great Guardians is at the peak of the Roadmaster level. Senior, you may be able to rescue them. But if the Time Sovereign values them, please give up, because the Time Sovereign will imprison those people in his wilderness of time and banish them for eternity. Wilderness of time? Suyu was confused. Luluor added, the wilderness of time is the semi-real world that the Time Sovereign created with his lifetime time realm. There, time is eternal and infinite, and all living creatures are immortal. Once you fall into it, you will be bound forever and never be able to leave. It was easy to imagine that compared to the outside world, it was a world where time was frozen. Being frozen by time forever, it was obviously impossible to escape. The semi-real world is equivalent to a part of the Time Sovereign. Not to mention sneaking in, even a slight glance at it will be immediately detected by the Time Sovereign. Hearing this, Suyu was expressionless. It was impossible to see how worried he was. However, his heart was exceptionally calm. If that was the case, there was no hope of rescuing people in secret. Actually, it's not completely hopeless, Yangran said hesitantly. Suyu's eyes flickered. Why do you say that? Yangran said hesitantly, I wonder if Senior knows that the descendants of the Time Sovereign are qualified to exchange for the ruler's treasures? I know. Suyu's heart thumped. Could it be, those rulers' treasures are all in the semi-real world? The descendants of the Time Sovereigns must personally promise to go there and collect the ruler's treasures corresponding to their contributions, Yangran said meaningfully. If Senior can find a descendant of the Time Sovereign who is willing to support him, you can still go in. But whether you can rescue your friend without being detected by the Time Sovereign, I can't guarantee. No one could be sure that rescuing that friend would alert the Time Sovereign. Chapter 26-25. Empress Star Rain's letter of authorization was with the accompanying Roadmaster. Suyu had originally planned to arrange for him to retrieve the ruler's treasure without revealing himself, in case the Time Master found out anything. But now that he thought about it, he might really have to go. After a moment, he made up his mind. Luo Shuai was willing to sacrifice his own life for his wife and child. What else did he have to hesitate about? Okay. Su Yu nodded, then secretly crushed a piece of jade to inform the Pathmaster, telling him to wait for him at the appointed place. But at that moment, at the top of the upper palace, a vortex of air currents appeared silently. From the vortex, an unfurled scroll floated down rapidly, full of indescribable pressure. The entire upper palace trembled because of it. At the table where they were, the wine and dishes on the table were constantly swaying. The wine in the cups were shaking uncontrollably, constantly splashing out. The chairs under everyone's feet were also moving uncontrollably. Everyone, including themselves, felt a sense of oppression as if their souls and bodies were about to be separated. Yarrow Guang's face changed dramatically, and he led the many Time Masters in the upper palace to kneel down. "We welcome the decree of the Time Master." That was nothing more than a decree issued by the Time Sovereign. The Time Master did not even reveal a trace of her will. But even so, it still brought unimaginable pressure. Su Yu naturally would not kneel down to the Time Master, but as the scroll approached, he could feel the endless pressure. He forcibly stabilized his body, not allowing himself to kneel down. But his soul was constantly trembling, faintly trying to break through the shackles of his body and escape. Finally, it was close. The scroll stopped 10 feet in the air, and a voice came from the scroll. It was not clear whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman, but it was unusually deep. "Everyone in the sky, track down the 2 people below, no mistakes." As the voice fell, the scroll burned on the spot, turning into an image. In the image, the figures of Qin Xiana and Su Cai were visible. "We accept the order." The descendants of the Time Masters said yes. Only then did the wisp of pressure disperse. They slowly stood up. All of them were drenched in sweat. Traces of lingering fear could be seen on their faces. "How high is the cultivation of the Time Master now?" Luluor's face was slightly pale. Just now, she was almost suffocated by that scroll. The alcade was filled with indescribable awe. "Don't make wild guesses. We won't be able to understand the cultivation base of a sovereign. That is, unless we become a sovereign one day." Su Yu was still sitting in his original position. But his back was already wet, and the chair under his feet had been shattered by the pressure just now. He had to use a strand of profound Wei energy to forcefully maintain the chair. It was too terrifying. That was the ruler of time. An imperial edict already possessed such divine might. One could imagine if the person himself appeared. No, there was no need for him to show himself. Just a thought incarnation would be enough to kill Su Yu without a proper burial ground. This trip to the time wilderness of the time ruler was really too dangerous. The slightest carelessness would spell eternal damnation. Who are these 2 women? Why did the sovereign personally issue an order to capture them? Yarrow Guang and the others recovered from their shock and began to copy down the images that were about to disappear. Luluor glanced over and was also very puzzled. "And 2 humans. How strange. What do they have that is worthy of the Time Ruler's attention?" The Time Ruler, who hadn't shown his face for countless years, had actually come all the way here just for these 2 women. At this time, several figures walked in one after another. "Reporting to my lords, I have news to report." Several people each presented a message jade. There were 8 in total. After opening it, the news inside, without exception, was that all the forces, big and small, had received the imperial edict of the Time Ruler. Even in the sacred city, those who were not worth his attention had received the edict of the Time Ruler. It could be said that overnight, the entire sacred city, all the forces, big and small, had received the order of the Time Ruler. Moreover, the news was still spreading at an alarming speed. Before midnight, the entire world would remember the 2 women who were personally wanted by the Time Ruler. So strict. Several descendants of the Time Ruler gasped. What kind of existence were those 2 women? Yarrow Guang said solemnly, "Immediately mobilize the forces of the upper palace and begin the search." The upper palace also controlled a lot of forces, and immediately began a strict search around the upper palace. "Do the upper palace need to be searched?" Luluor asked hesitantly. Yarrow Guang pondered and said, "For safety's sake, except for the guest room of the senior, search all the other guest rooms." This time, the Time Ruler was serious, and they did not want to be careless. If it was really a coincidence that the two wanted people were hiding in their place, the situation would be too serious. Therefore, the upper palace also began a strict search. Except for the superior guest room where Suyu was, all the other guest rooms were searched. Of course, the result was nothing. Senior, we need to go out and participate in the search. Please excuse us for a while, Yaro Guang said, cupping his hands. Suyu shook his head and said, it's fine. You can go. When they all left, Suyu returned to the guest room, expressionless. Looking at Qinxiana and Su Cai, who were hiding, he could not help but secretly feel lucky. Coming to the upper palace under false pretenses was the right move. Otherwise, they would be running in all directions. With the current situation in the outside world, hiding anywhere would not be as safe as the upper palace. Brother Yu, are they searching for us? Qinxiana asked worriedly. Just now, there were messy sounds coming from the left and right rooms. Yes, but don't worry, Suyu comforted her. As he spoke, he looked at Su Cai, only to find that Su Cai and Huang Fuyi were discussing the martial path with great interest. The two of them were about the same age, so they got along very well. After thinking for a while, Suyu said, Cai, I have a place suitable for training. Do you want to go in and have a spar? Su Cai's eyes lit up. Sure. Her martial path was too weak, so she had always wanted to improve by sparring with her peers. Unfortunately, she had too few friends. Huang Fuyi's abilities were about the same as hers, so she was the perfect match. Suyu took out a space storage device. The little Kailin and the others were in it. The space rippled, and the two of them were sucked into it. They trained quietly. Only Suyu and Qinxiana were left in the room. The two of them looked at each other, speechless. Then, they hugged each other and kissed. In the end, their yearning for each other for more than 10 years turned into a night of passion. The next day, Xiana's face was flushed, and she lay in Suyu's arms, exhausted. The previous night had been too crazy. She was exhausted, and she did not have any strength left. She allowed Suyu's hands to play with her sensitive parts. Brother Yu, I'm so happy, Qinxiana said, her eyes closed. Suyu smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Chapter 26-26. In his absence, Qinxiana had raised Su Cai with great determination. How much hardship had she suffered? How much had she suffered? He owed Xiana too much. Looking at Xiana, who was gradually falling asleep, Suyu slowly pulled the blanket over her and got up. Xiana should rest now. But Suyu still had things to do. He put on his bamboo hat and left the upper palace to meet the pathmaster. Along the way, Suyu frowned slightly. The search was more thorough than he had imagined. The entire sacred city had come to a standstill because of the search. Shops, inns, caves, restaurants, residence debts, abandoned houses. Wherever it was possible, people from different forces would go back and forth to search again and again. Some places where there were tunnels were even destroyed by the strong men, digging 3 feet into the ground to find them. This is madness, Suyu said coldly. The entire sacred city was filled with a kind of morbid madness, which showed how much they feared the Time Master. An edict without any reward made them carry it out like crazy. It showed the majesty of the Time Master. He came to the inn where the Pathmaster was. However, it was already empty inside, and there was a mess of chests and cabinets being overturned everywhere. Only the shopkeeper and the waiters were tidying things up bitterly. Where are the guests inside? Suyu asked with a frown. He had already sent a message to the Pathmaster in advance, and the latter should be waiting for him here. They've all been arrested. The shopkeeper sighed. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Arrested? Why? Weren't they only searching for Qinxiana and Su Cai? Why were they even arresting innocent people? It's all because. The shopkeeper hesitated and pointed to the sky cautiously, implying that it was all because of the imperial edict that fell from the sky. Anyway, the outsiders in the inn have all been labeled as suspects and have been arrested. They should now be locked up in the temporary prison outside the city and interrogated one by one. It turned out that the large-scale search last night had yielded nothing. So, they had changed to arresting the outsiders to see if they could find any relevant clues from them. Su Yu frowned. This was really messing around. As such, Su Yu had no choice but to leave the city. There was a huge formation outside the city, and it was at the level of the master of the heaven law. Hundreds of millions of all kinds of living creatures were bound in the formation. All of them were caught last night. With that powerful formation, no one would be able to escape after being captured. Su Yu hid in the dark, his gaze sweeping across the area. Very quickly, he discovered the Pathmaster who was traveling with him. The latter had a helpless look on his face as he waited for the Time Sovereign's personal guards to examine him. As Empress Star Rain's guard, he was naturally not a suspect. After searching his soul, he easily let him go. "Come here," Su Yu said through telepathy. When the guard heard this, he immediately walked over calmly. "Lord Su, it's great that you're fine." He had assumed that Su Yu had also been captured. The sacred city had really gone crazy yesterday. The people of the Time Ruler were everywhere, wantonly capturing people. Anyone who wasn't a local would be arrested. Yesterday, he had been perfectly fine at the inn, but a group of Sovereign's personal guards had taken him away. Su Yu said, "Do you still have the proof of the Empress?" The latter nodded and took out a letter of authorization from Empress Star Rain. With this item in hand, one could represent Empress Star Rain in the wilderness of time and exchange contribution points for a corresponding sovereign treasure. "When does my lord plan to go?" "In another half a month, the wilderness of time will be off limits." Su Yu thought for a moment. Tonight. Every moment he delayed, Luo Shui would be in more danger. The sooner he could be rescued, the safer he would be. "My lord, be careful. After entering the wilderness of time, remember to abide by the rules inside. Don't act at will, or your life will be in danger." Su Yu nodded. "I understand." After receiving the letter of authorization, Su Yu was about to tell him to go back first. Suddenly, his eyes locked on a man and a woman in the formation. The man was a blind man, with his hands on the shoulders of a young and beautiful woman. Under the latter's guidance, he groped his way forward. Seeing these two people, Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. "Biyun Hongxian? Golden-eyed Langjun?" Su Yu was surprised. He didn't expect to see these two in the sacred city. He wanted to come forward and greet them, but in the end, he gave up. Tonight, he was going to the wilderness of time, and it was not advisable to complicate matters. He restrained his breath and quietly left with the master of the path. Biyun Hongxian seemed to sense something, and a pair of golden eyes looked in the direction of Su Yu's departure. "Hongxian, what are you looking at?" Golden-eyed Langjun asked when he sensed that Biyun Hongxian had stopped in her tracks. Biyun Hongxian shook her head. "Nothing." She felt that she had sensed wrongly, because just now, she seemed to have felt Su Yu's gaze. "Don't get distracted. According to the original plan, we will enter the wilderness of time tonight and exchange for the ruler's treasure. If it goes well, we will not be noticed by the ruler." Golden-eyed Langjun said. Biyun Hongxian's expression became serious. She said, after seeing the majesty of the ruler of time yesterday, "Father, do you still think that we will succeed this time?" Although golden-eyed Langjun was blind, his heart was still cunning and intelligent. "Don't worry, as long as we act according to my plan, everything will go smoothly. From then on, we will be the people that great Emperor Xiaohao can rely on the most. When he becomes the ruler of time one day, it will be the day that we will soar." Biyun Hongxian was not without doubts. "Father, is this really okay?" "Your plan excludes Yangran," Biyun Hongxian said worriedly. Golden-eyed Langjun sneered. "Do you still want to be under that woman? Along the way, she tried to kill you many times." Biyun Hongxian was silent. Indeed, both of them and Yangran were ordered by Xiaohao to come to the sacred city to exchange for the ruler's treasure. But along the way, Yangran showed her murderous intent more than once. Even after arriving at the sacred city, she left the two of them behind and went to the upper palace. "I think it's better for father to make a new plan. I always feel that that woman is not so easy to deal with." Golden-eyed Langjun had an air of arrogance about him. "Don't worry, I have everything planned out. It is foolproof." Night. 9 moons shone brightly in the sky above the sacred city. Compared to the previous night's wild manhunt in the sacred city, It was exceptionally quiet today. In front of the Hall of Masters, Suyu stood in front of the stairs and stared at the seemingly ordinary hall. He was secretly shocked. At first glance, it was indeed an ordinary hall that could not be any more ordinary. But only the Time Realm experts could sense the extraordinariness of this hall. These bricks and tiles were no ordinary objects. They were formed from the power of the time domain. The hall was in front of him, but in fact, it was not in the space and time in front of him. Instead, it was in another space and time. No one could damage a brick or a tile of the Master Hall unless they had the ability to destroy even the space and time of the past. Chapter 26-27. If he was not careful, he would be lost in it, never to come out again. Who are you? Suyu had just arrived at the door of the Hall of Gods when someone shouted at him. Looking up, it was the giant door of the Hall of Gods that was speaking. A five-colored mouth appeared on the giant door. It was the one speaking. The Star Rain Empress has sent an envoy to exchange for the Master's treasure. Suyu took out the letter of authorization. Swoosh, the letter of authorization flew out of his hand and into the mouth. As it chewed, it slowly nodded. The letter of authorization is not here. You may enter. Come here and be inspected. As it spoke, the giant mouth slowly opened. Inspection? Suyu's eyes slowly narrowed. He had never heard of the so-called entry test when he had learned about it beforehand. What are you hesitating for? Come here quickly, the giant mouth urged. Since yesterday, the Master has personally arranged for an inspection. All those who enter must have their identities checked. The Master must have caught Luo Shuari and taken precautions to prevent anyone bold enough to barge into the Hall of Gods to rescue Luo Shuari. Suyu hesitated there. The inspection of this giant mouth should be able to see through the bamboo hat, right? It could even detect the 8 great domains in his body. Once his identity as the successor of the ancient god Jolong was exposed, Suyu could not imagine what the consequences would be. Why are you hesitating? Is your identity suspicious? Crash, 2 clay men walked out of the giant door. They looked simple and crude, but each of them exuded an extremely ancient aura. There was a hint of primordial spirit in that aura. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. Were these puppets made from the soil at the beginning of the world? The cultivation of each puppet was frighteningly high, as strong as the peak of the Earthmaster level. Suyu was sure that if he wanted to escape, he was afraid that if he turned around, he would be smashed into pieces. His mind was racing. What should he do now? He was in a dilemma. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward and entered the giant mouth. Instead of being killed by the 2 clay men, it was better to think of a solution in the giant mouth. As soon as he entered, beams of purple light shot towards him. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but the voice of the giant mouth sounded in his ears. Don't move. Be inspected, or you will be treated as suspicious and killed. As if responding to the giant mouth's words, the rays of purple light turned into peerless sharp rays. Suyu held his breath and tried his best to gather all the 8 great domains in his body in his abdomen, compressing them into a single point. Whoosh, the first ray of purple light pierced through his body without any resistance. Physical examination: ordinary human race bloodline, ghost race bloodline, dragon race bloodline, and impure bloodline. Physical fitness: low. Then, the second beam of purple light shot over. Suyu suddenly felt as if something had passed through his soul. Soul inspection: high-quality soul, tenacious, and after marriage, pure and extraordinary soul power. There was a hint of surprise in the giant mouth's voice. It was obvious that Suyu possessed a powerful soul that was incompatible with his human body. Domain detection. Another beam of purple light shot toward Suyu's body, searching for possible domains. Suyu could clearly feel a consciousness spreading from his head to the rest of his body. Neck, chest, abdomen. Every place was checked very carefully, and it was impossible to miss anything. It was probably because of Suyu's previous performance that the giant mouth was suspicious of him. Hence, the examination was extremely slow and meticulous. The consciousness was getting closer and closer to his abdomen. Seeing that it was about to be detected, Suyu's heart sank. If it was really detected, he would have to try his best to escape. However, to Su Yu's surprise, the consciousness had penetrated his abdomen. It did not detect the existence of the domain at all. When the consciousness finished checking Su Yu's whole body, it still did not stop and checked again. But it still did not find the existence of the 8 domains. Well, the domain is the wind domain, and it is low grade. The giant mouth finally felt relieved. Identity inspection passed. Go in. Su Yu walked into the depths of the Hall of Gods with some doubts. Following the tunnel in the mouth, he successfully entered the Hall of Gods. Inside the hall, there was indeed a place with abnormal time and space. From the outside, the Hall of Gods was in a bustling sacred city. But when he was here, he found that there was a long river near the Hall of Gods. Su Yu was no stranger to that long river. It was the Time Reverse River. The Hall of Gods was by the river. A group of people with different cultivations were gathered by the river, talking to each other. Su Yu's arrival attracted the attention of some of them. Oh! It seems that we have another competitor. A creature with a sharp horn on his head cast a mocking look at him. His cultivation was not weak, reaching the later stage of nirvana. A human? That's strange. Which descendant of the Master Ruler appointed a human to take on the important task of exchanging for the Master Ruler's treasures? Su Yu did not say anything and looked at them silently. There were 9 people in total. From their positions, postures, and races, it was obvious that they did not belong to the same group of people. What a coincidence, they all came together, Su Yu said to himself. After coming to the sacred city for a while, Su Yu had a general understanding of the entire time domain. The time domain under the rule of the Time Master was divided into 3 realms. Among them, the Dream Duan realm was one of them. In addition, there was the Heavenly Awakening realm and the Nether realm. The other 2 realms also had descendants of the Time Master, and there were more of them than the Dream Duan realm. The group of people in front of him should be from the Heavenly Awakening realm and the Nether realm. For some unknown reason, people from the 2 realms chose to go to the sacred city at the same time to exchange for the Master Ruler's treasures. Could there be a secret that the Dream Duan realm did not know? Deep in thought, Su Yu went to a corner and did not talk much with them. Brother, are you the representative of one of the Time Masters of the Dream Duan realm? A red-haired middle-aged man walked over with a smile. He was talking to Su Yu amiably. I am the representative of the Heavenly Awakening realm, the Red Snow Sword of the Brahma Heaven Great Emperor. I am here to collect the Master Ruler's treasures, the red-haired middle-aged man said with a smile. His expression did not show the contempt that the other creatures had for the human race. Su Yu said calmly, the representative of the Star Rain Empress of the Dream Duan realm, Su Yu. He did not trust him much because of the other party's attitude. Could someone sent by the Brahma Heaven Great Emperor to collect the Master Ruler's treasures be a simple-minded person? Obviously not. Oh, it's you, Su Yu. There was a subtle flash of contempt in the Red Snow Sword's eyes. The reputation of the Star Rain Empress was well known even in the Heavenly Awakening realm. It was said that she was the weakest in all aspects among all the descendants of the Time Master. She had not even awakened her bloodline. There was no hope for her to compete for the position of the Master. I wonder what grade of the Master Ruler's treasures are you planning to exchange for? The Red Snow Sword asked with a smile. Su Yu said calmly, it's barely enough to exchange for it. What grade is it? The lowest grade to exchange for was 300. Only 300? Chapter 26-28. Hihi, Brother Red, if I were you, I wouldn't even bother to ask. Empress Star Rain being able to gather 300 contribution points is already unprecedented, and yet you're still looking forward to her contribution points. A being with half black and half light chuckled softly. Su Yu glanced at him indifferently. His contribution points were 500. He didn't know if it was considered high or low among all the descendants of the Masters. Don't mind her, Su Yu. Dark Sky Deity is this kind of person. Red Snow Sword comforted him and took the opportunity to leave. Obviously, he had also lost interest in Su Yu. Perhaps 300 contribution points was too far from his expectations. The group of people was still waiting here. To go to the Time Wilderness, they had to take the boat specially built by the Time Master. Otherwise, none of them would be able to go against the flow of time. As they waited patiently, several days passed. Su Yu's mood became more and more anxious day by day. Half a month later, a small boat slowly went against the flow of time at the end of the long river. On the boat stood a clay man. His cultivation was similar to that of the guards at the gate. The clay man rowed and slowly approached the shore. Red Snow Sword, Dark Sky Deity, and the others were a little excited as they came to the shore and jumped onto the boat. Su Yu also jumped on and waited for the boat to set sail. Just then, two more figures passed through the giant mouth and arrived in the hall. Looking over, it was none other than Zhong Xian. It was Golden-Eyed Langjun and Bai Yun Hongxian. Su Yu pressed down on his bamboo hat and couldn't help but be surprised. Why did they come together? Did they also represent the descendants of the masters? Crash. Just then, another figure arrived. It was none other than Yang Ran. She walked a few steps quickly and rushed in front of Golden-Eyed Langjun and the others. Without looking back, she said, "Listen to my instructions along the way." Golden-Eyed Langjun and Bai Yun Hongxian nodded, not daring to refute. Su Yu saw this. It turned out that after coming to the 8-star civilization, they had joined Xiaohao's forces. He sat quietly on the side of the boat, not saying a word. After Yang Ran and the others boarded the boat, they did not recognize Su Yu. She glanced around and found that only a few people had not concealed themselves. The rest were all hidden. For a moment, she was not sure if Su Yu had come here. Crash. The boat left the shore and led the people upstream against the flow of time. Along the way, scenes of the past could be seen lingering in his mind. These images recorded the experiences of the Time Sovereign. Most of his time was spent cultivating and living a peaceful life. But the further they went, the closer it was to the beginning of the Great Era, the more horrifying those experiences became. Scenes of the Time Sovereign battling the various mighty beings of heaven and earth, as well as the various peerless powerhouses, flashed before his eyes. None of the images showed the Time Ruler's face. All he could see was the back of the Time Sovereign. Any powerful enemy would be reduced to dust under the suppression of that valiant figure. Finally, when the boat arrived at its destination, in the distance, an extremely vast scene entered everyone's eyes. Once again, it was the Sovereign of Time battling the enemy. What was different was that the Time Ruler was accompanied by a gloomy young man holding a 9-colored ruler. The two stood side by side. At the same time, he was facing an ice-cold woman wearing a black cloak and a phoenix coronet. The latter's entire body was burning with endless black flames, burning the world to pieces. In the eyes of the black-robed woman, the vast expanse and the great earth were like mud pellets. As for the Time Ruler and the young man with the 9-colored ruler, they exuded a peak aura of destruction. The two supreme existences stared at each other in another space and time. The invisible collision between them created a peerless aura that could destroy the world. Before the boat even got close, the bow of the boat creaked. It became extremely difficult for the boat to move forward. The clay man used all of his strength to barely push the boat forward. But the further they went, the more terrifying the aura became. Everyone on the boat felt suffocated. They even had the urge to kneel and worship it. That was just a scene from the past. An entire era had passed since then. However, the remaining pressure still posed a great threat to them. The clay man growled, his body exuding a thick aura of absolute beginning, forcefully stared at the terrifying pressure. Only then did everyone feel slightly better. But even so, their hearts still beat wildly. Looking at the scene in front of them, they felt that the battle in the scene was not in the distant past. It was right in front of them. Finally, the boat reached the shore with difficulty. Under the protection of the clay man, they successfully reached the shore. After reaching the shore, the pressure disappeared without a trace. But there was still a lingering fear in everyone's eyes. It's too terrifying. Is that a war of that level? War? You think too much. They just stood there and looked at each other. They haven't fought yet. If they had fought, we would have died just now. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. A war of that level, even if separated by an era, could still kill all of them in the future. Who are those people? Are they the supreme existences in the world? Among them, perhaps only Su Yu understood. The woman in black was the fallen ancient god Joyo, and opposite her was the time ruler. The other was Xiaoyaro, son of heaven, and it was Xiaoyaro, son of heaven. Xiaoyaro, son of heaven, and the time ruler joined forces to kill the ancient god Joyo. This was the truth of the past. In the early years of the era, the ancient god Jojo seized the fortunes of the 8 rulers, so that the 8 rulers could not break through to another level. The 8 great ancient gods took the opportunity to rise and become existences above the rulers. With the strength of the rulers, it was impossible to defeat the ancient gods. There must have been another more powerful force involved. Now the truth was clear. It was the Stonebirth son of heaven. They personally attacked and killed several ancient gods. The remaining ancient gods hid in the Tao abyss, never to see the light of day. The entire 8-star civilization, many ancient god realms, were all occupied by the rulers, and they had been constantly excavating and mining. The rulers hoped to find back the destiny that had been taken from them by excavating the resources of the ancient god realm, in order to break through the shackles and become an existence with strength comparable to the ancient gods. But so far, no ruler had succeeded. That was why the time ruler was so eager to catch the descendants of the ancient god Joyo. Even if the sacred city was in chaos, they had to catch Qin Xiana and Su Cai. Su Yu clenched his fists. He would never allow Xiana to fall into their hands no matter what. Look, that is Tianluan Mountain where the ruler's treasure is. Someone suddenly saw a snow mountain rising from the ground in the distance. On the mountain stood a green pine tree. The tree was covered with sealed magic treasures. There were 79 in total. At this time, the voice of the Clayman came from behind.